Boom, what up, cave dwellers? We about to get the scoop from Brian here. It's a lot to learn. It's way more than yesterday in the last 2 days. We got an update. So let's start with this. Then we're gonna go into Fox, TMZ, and all that, and see if we still suspect that it's Tommaso and either the bandmates or Tommaso and Annie or Tommaso, Annie, and a combination of people, or do we think this is just a random act of violence and weirdness?
For checking out my show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. Really appreciate all your support.
Like and
I am
subscribe, hit the
here
likes, hit the likes.
outside Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson, Arizona. It's now day 12 since Nancy Guthrie went missing. Nancy's house is behind me. I kind of just came up here to, it's so hard to find shade here. So there's like some shade under a tree here, so I figured I would just talk to you guys.
It must
here,
be hot
go over
as
all the latest
Satan's balls out there.
of the last 24 hours or so, and it seems like every day sort of starts out slow in the morning and then new things happen and develop, which I guess is a good thing. It shows that there is at least what appears to be progress in the case, or at least, you know, that investigators are working hard. First of all, this morning, a white tent was put up outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, and this kind of came out of nowhere. It appeared to be sheriff's deputies showed up, put this tent up right up against the front door of the house, like very close to the front door, so that we couldn't see what was going on. And we saw one of the investigators go in with what looked like photographic equipment. But then what was interesting was and we zoomed in on this, there was another investigator that went in with what is called a forensic height board, which I had never heard of before, a forensic height board, which has measurements on it, and I am told they would use that to try and figure out the height of the suspect. So basically they would go back and look at the surveillance photos and videos, and then use this forensic height board to try to determine how tall the person is. I'm also wondering if they were possibly looking at blood, doing more testing on the blood. How far apart the blood droplets were, because remember, we went up there and got the video of the blood before, when they opened up the crime scene the first time, but it wasn't like a pool of blood, if you guys remember. It was like blood droplets.
It's still the craziest thing in the world that the sheriff's department just opened this up and just left blood and everything there. It's like it boggles me that they didn't think they should have kept this closed for at least a day.
It's in different places that went from the door all the way out to near the driveway. And we don't know if they were also testing that. And the other thought I had at first when they put the tent up is, for the first time there's rain in the forecast tomorrow, so I thought maybe they were just covering that area because rain is coming. But that doesn't appear to be the case, because within a couple of hours they took the tent down and they were gone. And the most interesting thing that I noticed was the forensic height board, which again would indicate that they were trying to figure out the height of the person who was seen in the surveillance video. I also want to mention, before I get any deeper into what I've seen today from the investigation, Savannah Guthrie did post a new video on her Instagram, and it's just so heartbreaking. It shows just older videos of her mom, Nancy, and again, it just reminds you of the fact that this is a real person, that this is a real family suffering.
Yeah, prayers to Nancy. I know we live stream and we speculated on this and that. This is about Nancy. The best outcome is Nancy somehow returns home and they catch these guys, man. That'd be, oh man.
And just how loved Nancy is by her family, but also by people in this community here in Tucson. And Nancy and Savannah wrote, "Our lovely mom, we will never give up on her. Thank you for your prayers and hope." And she posted that old home video, which, you know, I think I've told you guys, I get so wrapped up in the investigation and running around to all the different places and trying to stay on top of everything. I just like to remember that, you know, this woman is loved by so many, and I just think about what her family is going through right now. So I want to read you the latest update from the Pima County Sheriff's Office that just came out a little while ago. They are saying investigators are requesting all video footage that includes vehicles, vehicle traffic, people, pedestrians, and anything neighbors deem out of the ordinary or important to our investigation from January 1st, 2026 to February 2nd, 2026. So they are looking for any video now going all the way back to January 1st, well before Nancy went missing. An alert was just sent via a neighbor's app to users within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's residence near East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. And I'll put the link below, but there's a link where you can submit this video. It says investigators are reviewing all videos submitted by neighbors, including any new ones that come in. So again, they're now going back all the way to January 1st,
Facts.
2026. So well before Nancy went missing, looking for any video that anybody thinks is unusual, which is interesting. They're trying to see, obviously, if this person has been in the neighborhood before.
It's like they shooting in the barrel, like, and seeing what they get. They don't know what it is. They just shooting shit in the barrel, put their hand and say, "Oh, what we got?" I guess that much video, they're trying to say, "Hey, maybe this person was stalking her out, or anything." Like, that's crazy. That's a lot of video. That's a lot of man hours to watch that video from January 1st to up to now. That's crazy.
The other interesting thing is one of the neighbors out here told us that when the detective came to their door looking for ring video, they specifically asked for video from January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight. Why they were zeroing in on that specific time, January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight, I don't know, but that is clearly a time frame that they are also interested in, that they didn't put out publicly, but that is what one of the neighbors told me. Let me go back to the latest release from Pima County Sheriff.
Anybody got any clue? Yeah, of course you're going to ask the question. Anybody have any clue why they would want some from all the way back then? Like, maybe they got something. Like, my mind automatically goes back to that Adult Protective Services card that was on Nancy's door. Like, what if it's like that's the time where they got something, like, hey, this is happening? I don't know. Did they want to look and see if somebody caught something, or I don't know.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department
boggling.
Uses the Neighbors app to contact residents with home surveillance cameras. Requests will come from Pima County Sheriff's Department with a blue check mark. So they're sending this alert out within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's house, which is behind me. So 2 miles all the way around, looking for any new video. They say as more leads come in, detectives and agents will continue to follow up on viable leads throughout the community. You can expect to see a higher presence of law enforcement activity going forward, which we've seen every day. I showed you guys yesterday. I mean, there's dozens of FBI agents out here now searching. They were back in Nancy's yard yesterday, in the side yard. They were searching across the street where the media is set up, and then, of course, they were searching where they found the gloves. It says, in terms of notes, the FBI is handling all aspects related to any reason, notes, or communications involving the Guthrie family. Any inquiries regarding this matter should be directed to the FBI Public Affairs Office. So this is in terms of like ransom notes. TMZ is reporting that they've received another note from the same email they received yesterday, which is someone saying that they know who has Nancy Guthrie, and they're asking for Bitcoin also. Look, I'm skeptical of these notes. They could be real, but the fact that they're being sent to TMZ, and there's obviously people trying to take advantage of the situation. We already saw the one arrest. There's people trying to take advantage of the situation and make money off of all of this. So I don't know. Could they be real? Yes, I'm sure police are looking into it. The FBI is looking into it.
The FBI need to send a representative to TMZ.
TMZ notes. They're saying there are no
at this point
scheduled at this time. Sheriff Nanos is not conducting one-on-one interviews and remains the sole department spokesperson. Should a significant development occur, a press conference will be called, and you will be notified via email and our X account. Also, I'm learning, remember we told you yesterday about the glove that was found off of the main road here about 1.5 miles from Nancy's house. It actually is a pair of gloves, I'm told, like two, a set, 2 gloves. And it's a main roadway. That's the other thing. It's not just like a side street like where Nancy lives. It's a main roadway, and it was a search team that found it right along the road. And you're going to hear in my interview in a second with the former SWAT team member and former deputy who's worked in this area in this county for decades. But he's skeptical of these gloves, and I think I am too. I mean, they could be real. They've bagged them. They sent them off for testing. They could be connected, But the fact that they were on a main roadway and that they hadn't been spotted for 11 days makes me skeptical. And also that that those black gloves are used in so many different ways. I mean, one of the guys out here was telling me, I use those exact gloves for barbecuing. My friend who's a cook said I use them, at the restaurant. Hairdressers use them. auto mechanics use them. People using chemicals doing work inside houses and construction use them. So,
Yeah,
and
I use them when I'm
it's
smoking, using
suspect
my
that you
smoker and
throw
barbecue.
the gloves out on the side of the road, especially on a main highway like that. So I'm skeptical that they're actually going to be connected, but it is possible. They were collected, they were bagged, and they're going to be doing testing on them. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Something else interesting, and I've started to get to know people in local law enforcement here and been making sources on the ground, and I've been asking, is the local sheriff in charge, or is the FBI now in charge? And I actually asked it at the last press conference. If you
So where do they stand now? Are they even mentioning Nancy? Are we supposed to believe she's alive? Yeah. I mean, for some reason, I think she's alive too, because I don't know. I just don't know. But we're going to get into that. This is just the beginning. We're going to go over, they put a tent up in front of our house. There's a new video. You got the gloves. There's a new email. There's a lot to get to. We just starting.
guys remember, I asked the sheriff that, and he kind of just beat around the bush and said, oh, it doesn't matter who's actually in charge. We're all working together. But it seems like a legitimate question because a lot of people have been criticizing the sheriff about the way he handled the investigation, especially in the beginning. And there has to be someone in charge. And I haven't been able to get an answer. But what's interesting is I was talking to some of the people who I've met here in law enforcement, and they were saying that even investigators who are working the case don't know exactly who's in charge, which is somewhat alarming to think about. And there's got to be one of those agencies has to be the lead. I'm guessing it's still the sheriff's office and that the FBI is still technically assisting, although it seems in many ways the FBI is handling some aspects of this case by themselves, like, for example, what the sheriff's office put in their latest press release saying that with the ransom notes, that just goes to the FBI. But I just found it really, really telling that the sources that I've made said even investigators working the case don't know who's actually in charge. And one other thing that's interesting is there's this other Ring camera video that has now surfaced that we've confirmed.
Here we
sent
go.
it to the sheriff's office, and they responded that they're looking into all videos. And this video is interesting because you see a person with a backpack, and some people have found similarities in the video to the person at Nancy Guthrie's door, although there's no confirmation of that. And that's one of the reasons that we're blurring the face, just because the police aren't saying that. But you see the person with a backpack, they go up to a gate, and it does look suspicious at the least. And again, we reached out to the sheriff's office asking if they are looking into this specific video. And this, I'm told, is from about anywhere from around 5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. And they just responded that they're looking into all videos. So it seems that they are looking into it. So
I mean, they're gonna look into it, but come on, what's the chance of this random? It's like this guy was trying to get in. Like, I don't know why he got 2 backpacks. I mean, maybe he has clothes and just a lot. Maybe he's trying to get inside his house and somebody locked the door. He's like, man, I usually go through the back. She locked the door. And then he got to go through the front and ring the doorbell or something. He's coming in because maybe everybody in his house or his apartment is sleeping and he's trying to like be careful in. But if you want us to believe that like a guy was going around and like just opening doors, and then he got to like, it didn't work, he couldn't get in nothing, then he got to Nancy's house and decided to put on gloves and a ski mask. Come on. This I doubt if this has anything to do with it. This is the same as Carlos. The DoorDash driver that was detained said they are asking about Nancy's medication. Hey, so they asking about everything. That's weird though. They made it seem like she on a special medication. It is, but I mean, it's not a medication that like nobody can get. Like it's very doable.
Person with a backpack, they go up to a gate, and it does look suspicious at the least.
And I seen it. Some people not even not all of the news channels are blurring out this man's face. Like they just causing havoc. People like, oh, y'all casting doubt on Tommaso and Annie. That's messed up. You're speculating. But then all these other people, these random people, they just put out their business and things like that. Like, you changing these whole people's life. At least it's reasonable to suspect the brother-in-law. Like, that's classic. Brother-in-law did it. Pacemaker. I mean, she has a pacemaker, but you don't, I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, she don't automatically die if she don't get that blood thinner. It just, every day she doesn't have them, it increased the chances of blood clot and things like that. But they could have got it by now. And if it was, like I said, if it was Tomas and his bandmates and stuff, they could have easily already obtained the medication. Like Tomas and them probably was the one taking her or going to get her medicine or whatever, the refills and stuff, taking her back and forth where she needed to go. I don't know how many pills you get. Maybe you get 50 of them, 100 of them. He could have been, saving up. Like, oh, we about to take her in about a week. It's about to happen. So let me collect these pills. Like, they're not expecting her to have her for that long, probably. Now it might be getting closer. Like, oh, God, I only took 14 pills. This day 12. Like, she only got 2 days to go. So if this was planned, coordinated, then I doubt if they didn't have her pills. I doubt if they didn't take some. She might have had leftover bottles. You never know. Sometimes we get medication and we don't take them, or you just get leftover bottles, or you get another refill before the other one runs out. She might have, you know what I mean? Older people, they be having medication everywhere. They rip off the pacemaker, throw it down the floor. She don't have it. Huh? You think they ripped the pacemaker out of her chest? She did. Well, if she did, then it's still a case of we need to find who did it and get her body back to her family. So either way you swing it, the hammer don't stop.
And again, we reached out to the sheriff's office asking if they are looking into this specific video, and this, I'm told, is from about anywhere from around 5 miles from
Maybe
Nancy Guthrie's
they can
house,
track it.
and they just responded that they're looking into all videos. So it seems that they are looking into it. So I asked Bob Krieger about this, and I'm going to play for you now my full interview with him. He was a long-time Pima County Sheriff's deputy, and he also was on the SWAT team for a long time. So I asked him about all the latest developments. This is my conversation with Bob. Thank you for talking with me again.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, before we get into this, I'm asking some questions. It was linked up to her Apple Watch. Yeah, absolutely it was. And they knew to like unlink it. We don't know if they went in there and unlinked it or if it's like Bluetooth and it just, once she got so far from it, did it like automatically unlink? And I wondered, like, did it catch, because it sends stuff to her doctor every morning. So is the last thing that it sent out was her panicking? And do they see the heart rate and it spike? Like, I wonder. They took the net. Yeah, they took it. They took it. That's what took them so long. And first Ness, the sheriff's department couldn't get Ness to they're like, oh, we can't find it. But I guess they had a manpower and the FBI came in like, listen, y'all need to find this. We don't care how many people, if it's like, we got to send some of our guys, your guys, we're going to find this thing. And I think it was better for Ness, right? Like people don't want to think like, oh my God, I got this camera. And if I don't keep paying, like if I die or somebody come in, we can't find it. At least they show like, hey, if you got a Nest camera and something happened, even though you ain't paying or $10 a month for some reason, we could still possibly find it. With Ring, the Ring owner was like, nah, if you don't pay, we don't keep nothing. Ain't nothing going to no cloud. Ain't nothing going nowhere, which I like. But it was linked to Apple Watch, but it was just sending out like data to the doctor every day at a set time. It don't stop like the watch or nothing. That'd be crazy. If you had a heart monitor, something that kept you alive, and if your Apple Watch go out or disconnected, you just die. I'll be scared every day.
First of all, we saw this tent go up this morning right outside the front door.
Let's talk about the tent.
Nancy's house, kind of like almost like sealed to the front little entryway. Okay. And it was up for a couple of hours. We saw them go in with what looked like maybe photographic equipment, but then also like it looked like almost a chart, like a measurement chart that they took in there. And then they took the tent down. What do you think is going on here?
It's hard to say. I did not see the tent, so I'm not exactly sure. They could have been using it simply to block light for whatever they might have been doing. They might have been doing some sort of evidence collection as far as scientific goes, blood collection, things like that, looking for any type of biological samples. And the chart could have been, just seeing, simply testing something to see if it comes back positive as blood or some other type of, body fluid or something like that.
Yeah, let me show you a picture because I have a picture. I was wondering with the chart if maybe they're going to try to get us a height to release. Maybe they can somehow use that to try to figure out how tall the suspect was. The door is right behind there, and that's what they put up there.
Yeah, again, it would just be something. There's a million different reasons, quite honestly, and it could be simply to keep the prying eyes out as well.
For something they were doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you surprised that this just randomly popped up? I mean, we're I think day 12 now?
A little surprised, yes. The fact that they're doing anything still, it's still good because you want to follow up on any lead, but it's unfortunate that it's been 12 days since you had that initial bite of the purest apple you're going to get. There was literally a pizza guy that walked up there yesterday, so there are so many contaminations, chain of custody issues at this point, but it still doesn't matter because you still might get something that's valuable. You know,
I think that they put it up so that all those reporters out there, they probably was doing something else, maybe reenacting something, or had somebody like that's about the same height as the suspect and put that board next to him to see, like, and you put like a ring or a camera at the same spot and see, like, does it match or something, and so you could tell exactly what the height is of that person, like against something, and they didn't want the people to see it. Like, oh my God, look what they're doing! Like, they just covered it probably.
Never hurts to keep trying.
In terms of people, you mentioned the pizza guy walking up, that got a lot of attention. We were able to go get video of the blood initially just because it was open. People are surprised that it wasn't sealed off just all this time. I mean, you worked at the sheriff's office for so long. Has that been an issue in the past?
It's difficult because it's still a family's house. You know, you get a search warrant and you can keep it for a reasonable amount of time, but we can't keep it forever. And at some point, you've exhausted all your investigative leads and tools that you're going to do at the scene. It's not uncommon to have to go back because maybe a day or 2 or 3 days later, you get some new information, some new evidence, like, oh, we weren't even looking for something like that. You might have to apply for a new search warrant to get it amended because in your initial search warrant, that was out of the scope of your search. So there's a lot of different reasons why these things might pop up. Ideally, it would be done as soon as you have it because, again, that's when you're going to have your purest scene. But it's not completely uncommon to have to go back and do these things. Is
it an issue when you go to court if it's been unsealed?
Oh, absolutely. It just creates all kinds of questions. You know, why didn't you do it in the first place? And a lot of times there are very reasonable answers as to why you didn't do it in the first place. But is it going to create reasonable doubt? Potentially. And there's always going to be that question. You got to remember, nobody's perfect. Investigators aren't perfect, and things, you know, get missed. And more information of those 18,000 tips, maybe one of them said something that nobody had talked about before. And like, oh wow, I didn't even think about that. And they go back to the house and, you know, get that warrant again because they are amending that warrant, I'm sure, because once we left, our ability to go in that house and search was done. You know, so we had to amend it, get a new search warrant to keep going back. And the same with the FBI. If they're working together, however they're doing that, there's a lot of back channel paperwork that's going on during this whole process.
Something else new we learned from neighbors is that the detectives have been asking them if they have any video from January 11th in the evening, which is a very specific, and they gave a specific time. I think it was 9 to 11 p.m. around there. And that's weeks before Nancy you know, went missing, before any of this even started. What do you think that could mean?
My guess would be that something happened in the neighborhood. Maybe a suspicious person was called in. Maybe a suspicious vehicle that nobody had seen before was called in. And they're just following up on any lead, any possibility. That person, that vehicle could have been nothing, but it could have been something. Even if the sheriff's department didn't have contact with it that night, because that's a common call. And if you get there and there's no criminal activity going on, you may not make contact, you may not even find it. But if someone called it in, it doesn't hurt to go back and see if there's some video, because then, again, you get that one little piece of information that you hadn't had in the first place, and you can start following up on that and just, you know, keep going, always trying to, you know, uncover as many rocks at this point as you can.
What about the glove? I'm sure you saw they found a glove, and there's also some reports that it was a pair of gloves on the side of the road. It was right on the side of the road, which was interesting, and it was found 11 days after. I see you're kind of like smirking a little. Do you think it's unrelated, or you think it might be? What's your gut tell you?
My gut tells me it's unrelated. It happened to come out the day it was found, the day the video was released, or the day after it was released. The timing. If it was found on Campbell, like I was told, it's a very well-traveled road, both some foot traffic, but a lot of traffic. It would stick out. People would have saw it. My guess is it wasn't there until the day it was found, but it could have been. And that being said, that's one of those rocks that you're not going to dismiss it because it could be the smoking gun. And
so you got people just coming there and like, is it a happenstance or somebody purposely like watching a story like, oh, I'm gonna put a glove here. If they come back here, they're gonna find something. Like they watching the FBI do a search.
Want to follow up on it, but if I had to guess, it's probably not related.
Yeah, and it's my understanding those black gloves are used for a lot of different things. I mean, people who work on houses use them, people who use chemicals, hairstylists use them, cooks use them.
I have black gloves at my house for when I barbecue.
Yeah.
So there's just so many different uses. So, you know, they're a dime a dozen, but soon there are at least one set of black gloves out there that are related to this case.
And also, you'd think that the suspect, I mean, that would be pretty stupid to just throw them out right along the road, that close to Nancy's.
I've seen dumber things criminals do. We see it all the time. You know, they panic a little bit. They think they're far enough away. Maybe he lives a good distance away, and you just toss him, say, no one's going to think about this a mile from the scene. But I've seen much stupider things done. So, you know, it's possible.
Let me show you this video too. This is a Ring camera video from about 5 miles away, from a different. This is a different situation,
Let's see what
obviously,
he
but
say
people
about
are
this.
looking at it because there's a guy with a backpack.
Sure.
What do you think? I mean, tell me what you make of people are making the comparison, obviously, but you see he's got the backpack. He goes up to this gate. People are saying that the jacket looks similar.
Yeah. I would agree on a lot of those things. The jacket looks similar, the backpack, the way the backpack's loaded up. That was one of the first things I noticed with the initial video. Dude looks like he's got his laundry in his backpack. There's so much stuff in there, and it's consistent with that one. It could be a coincidence, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that why would you not look at that? 5 miles, while it's a good distance away, it still could be related. You know, bad guys don't have boundaries. They'll go from one spot to another away from their areas where they feel comfortable at, if, you know, obviously, especially with something like this. One thing I noticed specifically with the first backpack is the fact that he wore the strap across his chest, which isn't real common for most people. Most people don't even know that strap is there. And I would love to see on that second video if that strap was there, because that would be a consistent issue that most people don't wear. They just throw their backpack on and go. Because, you know, I've backpacked, so I've used that. You use it for stability, for support. There's reasons for it. Hook your thumbs on. So there's some consistencies, and why wouldn't you follow up on that? So hopefully whatever law enforcement agency responded to that call, if they did, there's something to follow up on there.
That's a good point, though. I've never snapped mine.
Yeah.
I mean,
most
I don't know,
people
is it for
don't.
hiking most? I don't know. Yeah.
It's to distribute weight.
Yeah. And this is the little part in the front, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was literally the first thing I noticed about the backpack when they walked up to the door. Yeah.
So what's the sense? I mean, you live here, obviously. You were in law enforcement for a long time. You have a lot of friends. Like, people keep asking me what my feeling is about this, and I have a hard time saying, because I don't know what they know behind the scenes. It's hard to say whether they're back at square one, or, I mean, what is your overall sense?
Well, I don't think, as far as the investigation goes, they're not at square one. You have to follow up on everything. I'm sure there's multiple teams working different leads, and, you know, because everyone's not just focused on one thing. You have to divvy up the labor. If you don't, you'll just be turning your wheels and go nowhere. So I'm sure there's folks looking here, looking there, you know, going down to Rio Rico, up north, wherever it might be, wherever the leads are following. I'm sure there's some frustration, but sometimes, quite honestly, investigations, they don't happen overnight. You wait for that bit of information, that intelligence, that piece of evidence that you didn't have, and suddenly now we've got something. You just look at the individual in Rio Rico a couple nights ago. Prior to that, everyone thought we had nothing. Well, that was something. Turned out to be, you know, who knows? It might have been nothing, it might have been something, but it's another stepping stone to keep going. I'm, again, sure that there's some frustration on the investigators' parts. I'm sure there's, you know, demands being asked of them from all around, and I'm sure of this, that they're doing their best. I'm sure they're working long hours, not sleeping much, and doing what they can do to just keep going with this.
And the pressure, too. I mean, imagine doing an investigation, and I was thinking about this morning. I mean, we're literally following them around. Not me, but a lot of media is following them around everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Drones are up. I mean, every little thing they do, they can't really do in secret.
Exactly, and that's a difficult part on the law enforcement side. A lot of things we don't want.
I don't know. Y'all think they got something? Today, the first time I heard the man captured in front of Nancy's had a tattoo on his wrist. Yeah, I see that too. It's like they zoomed in under his glove, and there's like a cross or something, like a tattoo cross next to his wrist.
the media around, seeing what they're doing. And again, everyone has the right to do that, but having that extra burden and trying to, do your job efficiently and effectively, it's tough sometimes. I know when the SWAT vehicles left the other day, immediately people knew about that. And it's like, having my SWAT background, I knew the frustration they felt. And those things don't go fast, so we're not outrunning anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you were on the SWAT team.
Yeah,
right?
for 25 years.
For 25 years. So what do you, are they all on standby in a situation like this? Because at any moment it seems like they could find, right?
Absolutely.
They could make that call.
The Pima regional team is always on standby, like most teams are. I'm sure there's smaller elements ready to go at a moment's notice between the Pima regional SWAT team, FBI, HRT, probably the Tucson Police Department. Those are the three main teams that are going to be working something like this, just so they can help each other.
Yeah.
And luckily, we have great relationships with all those agencies at the tactical level, because all we want to do is solve the problem and do what we can do to get Nancy back, and to hopefully take into custody whoever was responsible for it.
Yeah, and I confirmed the FBI hostage rescue team is in Tucson, which that's an elite. That's an elite team, right? They're like the ones you see in the movies.
They are. They're well trained. They're prepared, just like the Pima regional team is. We've trained with them in the past. I've personally trained with them in the past. So you want to have the best of the best when you have to go on this is a very low frequency, high risk type of mission, and it doesn't happen a lot. It really doesn't. It's not common, and so if there is some type of tactical resolution that has to come from it, you want the best of the best out there. And so luckily, we're in a location right now where there's a lot of good teams and a lot of good, capable operators.
Do you have any sense if the FBI is more in charge now, or if the sheriff still is?
That I don't know.
Do you have any, just from what you've seen, is there any, I don't really know what to look for. Does it feel like, because a lot of people have been not that, just nationally, a lot of the people don't seem that confident.
That other guy from yesterday said Sheriff Nanos is an egotistical cop that think he's better than the FBI. Let's see what this guy says.
Than the sheriff at this point.
I can understand some of that. What I can say about the Sheriff's Department investigators, they're top notch. They're hard workers. We've had calls similar to this in the past. Experience levels vary for various reasons. And, I don't know who the primary investigators are, but I do know that they're going to do their best. But I also can understand some of the frustration locally and nationally with maybe how it was handled initially. So going back to the initial question, who's running it? That I don't know.
When you were at the office, were they at a higher level reluctant to call the FBI in ever right away?
There were not a lot of cases where the FBI got involved with. I was honestly a little surprised, like on the surface, when I heard that they were now getting involved. We've had kidnappings in the past where the FBI never got involved, but we've also worked with them locally on different types of calls. Again, the high profile of this, the nation, probably the worldwide eyes on it, it makes sense why they're here, and I would be happy to have them. Anyone who wouldn't, it's ridiculous. I would want to work hand in hand with them, share as much information as I could, because they have access to things that we don't, databases, information analysts, just like they don't know how things work locally. So putting those two together, if you are not working hand in hand and like sharing every bit of information at every second, you are failing. That would be where the failure would lie. And I don't know if that's happening. I hope it's not. I hope egos aren't getting involved, because there's too much at stake. And when egos get involved, things don't work as efficiently as they should.
When even the video coming off of the Google Nest Cam when there was no subscription, that would have never happened without the FBI. That was a relationship that they had with
exactly.
people.
I would guess, normal investigator, you don't have a camera, you don't have access, you try and look at their DVR, however they're storing it locally, and if you can't get, okay, cool. Maybe some analysts that we work with, because we have some great analysts in the Tucson area, and they do, when I say amazing things with electronic evidence, cell phone exploitation, just recovery of that data. One of my previous assignments was at the HIDTA task force, and the folks over there and the folks that we started building it within the Sheriff's Department, they have solved so many cases for the investigators based on that. So would they have gotten to it? I would hope so, but I'm not going to lie. I'm sure the FBI had a lot to do with that and with the resources that they have.
What's that task force you said?
It's a HIDTA task force.
What does that mean?
It's a high-intensity drug trafficking task force in southern Arizona. Part of it is the Sheriff's Department of Tucson, Police Department, local agencies, all working in conjunction on some of the drug problems down here. That's what the main focus is. But it expands. We worked on violent crimes. There was a violent crime. There was an overdose death squad that I was a deputy commander of.
It's crazy.
There's, they work UC, they work interdiction, parcel interdiction. So they just do a ton of stuff, and it's just a lot of resources under the same roof. And when you have that and you have all of the resources reaching out to their individual resources and bringing it under one roof, that's where you get success, especially on the investigative side.
Anything else I left out you think that you thought about in the last day or so?
No, just hoping that tips that keep coming in produce something, get us closer to finding Nancy, finding out what actually went on, and really hopefully electronic evidence or someone's like, hey, I think this might be this dude, because between the two videos, someone knows, especially the second video, even if that person's not involved. Even if that person's not involved, it's another lead, and maybe he knows who did this, because bad guys talk. They talk to each other, they talk about what they did. That's what's a little surprising about this one is in most of these types of cases, a bad guy will tell another bad guy friend what they did, and they're like, yeah, they'll get mad at them and they'll call the police and say, hey, so-and-so did this, and then we get a lot of breaks that way.
With all the blood drops that we saw at the front of the house now with the tent up, would they go and test every blood drop, or do they just test some of it?
I can't speak for the
You would hope that they did that already.
Individual investigator. I would hope they would take samples from each one. If it was just a pool, you would probably take a couple samples from various locations. If there were a series of individual drops and they were separated, I would hope that they did each individually, because like you said, it could be yours, it could be mine, it could be someone else, it could be the dog's. So let's rule out, I don't care how much extra work it is, that's what we get paid for. That's what the officers and the investigators get paid for, to take the time and to do it right.
I really appreciate Bob for talking with me and taking the time. It's been great meeting a lot of the locals here in Los Angeles. There's so many twists and turns, and I can never remember exactly which turn to go right at specifically. So I always put it in my GPS even after all this time. And I just wanted to give you guys a visual of kind of what it looks like out here. I've told you before, but the houses sit on anywhere from 1 to 4 acres. Everything's really spread out. It's dark. The roads are twist and turn. And it just makes me think back to whoever did this. I think you probably kind of had to know the area, especially in the middle of the night, navigating your way in and out of here. So those are the latest developments today. I really appreciate you guys again.
Thank you, Brian. All right, now we're going to really get into it. So let's see. I got a few videos here that should tell us everything.
Let's go to Brian Enton and get the latest information on new appeals.
Found inside Nancy Guthrie's home that the FBI asked to test themselves. They wanted to send the glove to Quantico, and Reuters is reporting that instead the sheriff went behind their back and sent the glove to a private lab in Florida.
That's crazy. If the FBI and the sheriff department is not communicating, because remember they said Savannah hired her own private investigator also. So you got a private investigator, you got the Pima County Sheriff and the FBI. I mean, if it's 2 gloves, they could have just split it up. Here you go, FBI, here go 1 glove. And they didn't even test it in Tucson. He's sending it to a private location in Florida. Maybe something happened, like the FBI released that video and didn't run it through the sheriff first. And then that broke something happened that just broke trust, which is, if you're in the FBI, you can't have that. You can't have local law enforcement not giving you everything and vice versa. Now I see why they don't have video from other houses, because of the bush. Yeah. It's like, it's so spread out. And then the house is not on the road. They're like far back. So most people probably just got it by their door and their entrance way, not really on the main roads.
So that is brand new. And again, the sense on the ground is that there has been issues between the sheriff and the FBI. Didn't call the FBI in earlier. This has been an ongoing issue. I want to give you the description again, though, because this is important and this is new. The description of the suspect, the Nancy Guthrie suspect, approximately 5'9" to 5'10" tall,
5'10".
with an average build, He's wearing a black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker Pack backpack, and the hope is that someone will recognize some of this information. Reward now up to $100,000. What's interesting also...
Oh, at least they increased the reward. They should have been did that. Once they asked for $6 million in Bitcoin, it should have been at least like a couple $100,000 for the reward. You got to keep it. You got to balance it out.
Chris, is they have sent out a neighborhood alert through an app the sheriff's office did, a 2-mile radius all around where I'm standing right now outside Nancy's home, asking anyone with video going all the way back to January 1st, so long before Nancy went missing. They're asking for anyone with any video of anyone who looks suspicious, a suspicious vehicle, to send it into the sheriff's office. And that other video that you showed at the top from the same night Nancy went missing, about 5 miles away, the video of the other guy with the backpack. I've been skeptical of that video all along because it's around the same time that Nancy went missing. And it just, the fact that he could be there and then 5 miles away suddenly be here didn't make sense. NBC News now reporting, according to law enforcement sources they have, that video, that they've cleared that guy, that he's not a part of the equation anymore, Chris.
They got two things, and I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing us up to date on all of it. Two, one is they know what kind of backpack it is. And there are a million different types of backpacks. This one's fairly specific, so you know what they're doing. They're scrubbing sales of that backpack in that area. And
hopefully they're doing that.
And cross-referencing it in terms of when they were purchased. That's actually a more important piece of information than, you know, the layman would think. The second thing is his gait. The video when he is walking around and picking up that piece of brush, you get telltale signs of how this man moves, which people should review again and see if there's anybody they meet. Not this part, but when he turns around now, I'm showing the video for them that you've seen a million times. When he turns around from there, right, he's awkwardly using his hand to block the camera. He doesn't know what he's doing. This guy's an ass clown, right? But when he walks away, he has, there's a familiarity to his gait that people should be aware of and watch. Brian, you're on it. Your reporting has been excellent. I'm following you on TikTok like I was a teenager. You're doing a great job, and you're giving people what they need to know, and you're keeping them engaged. Thank you for doing that, and thank you for doing it for the right reasons. I now want to bring in Andrew Black, former special agent in charge, right, what they call a SAC in the FBI, a big shot at the Tucson office, and retired FBI special agent Jennifer Coffindaffer, and co-host of America's Most Wanted, Callahan Walsh. Cal, it's good to see you, bud. Thank you for coming in tonight. Appreciate it. Andrew, it's good to have you on the show. Jennifer, as always, I appreciate you. Anybody feel that I'm out of my depth when I say it is way too soon? Yeah, maybe the sheriff is messing with the FBI and they're having a power struggle. Fine. That's nothing new to any of us. But the idea that you look at this investigation and say, yeah, they screwed it up. Does anybody believe we're at that point?
No, I don't believe that at all. The sheriffs, I've worked with the deputies in the Pima County Sheriff's Office. At the ground level, the agents and those officers have an excellent relationship. If there's any disconnect, it's at the command level. The agents and the personnel for the FBI who work these cases and those from the Pima County Sheriffs, they're invested in these cases. Jen knows because she's worked these kidnappings also. You get invested, you pour your blood, your sweat into these cases, and you want more than anyone to get the victim home to their family. Nobody wants them back. Nobody wants Nancy back more than these officers on the ground.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our...
Thank you, Chris Como. We're going to get into Nancy Grace, too. Did you know a kid age 19 died, teammates, died in a bus rollover? Ooh, RP to that kid. Prayers to the family and the parents. Hello, Nicole, son-in-law, same exact height and build as ski mask suspect. I think so. I can see that. I think it's the bandmate, though, that went into the house. Look, we're going to watch that, too, Nancy. Actually, let's put it on right now.
Joining us now with more on all of tonight's new details, the host of Crime Stories on Fox 1, Nancy Grace. All right,
I'll look into that, Josh. Thank you. I'm going to write it down.
We have both been kind of skirting around the issue. We have talked about it privately. I have told you my FBI sources were very clear to me that local authorities And I'm not talking about rank and file. I want to be very clear. The leadership did not want them there. There has been a turf war. There has been this feeling of bigfooting. But taking a glove and sending it to a private lab in Florida instead of the FBI headquarters in Quantico, really?
There are cases where DNA is sent to a particular lab, a specialty lab, a lab that could have an expertise in diluted, destroyed, old, degenerated DNA. But even if that's why he's hanging his hat on an excuse to send it to a private lab in Florida, they don't have anything that the FBI doesn't have. So that's not going to wash. And I want to tell you something, Sean. I've tried many, many DNA cases. I've tried many cases without DNA. You can use up DNA if you have a small amount, which comes from touch DNA. It's not like blood or sperm, where you may have a lot of DNA and a very small amount of fluid, but you have a lot of DNA. Touch DNA, no. If there is it hurts me to think of this. If there is a small amount of DNA inside one of those gloves, and it is sent to a lab for testing, that DNA could be used up in the testing. It's very hard to regenerate DNA for testing purposes. So what I'm saying is, if that lab in Florida uses up that touch DNA, it's over.
Something happened with the sheriff and the FBI. I don't know if it's Cash Patel coming. Maybe he's making things political, or maybe Cash is trying to come in and take over. But we already heard that Sheriff Nanos is egotistical. And in one case before, he told the FBI, like, I'm a better detective than you. I don't need you. A whole different other case. Is he short 5'5"? Maybe. I mean, they did come out and put the whole tent around the house and bring out, like, they had like a measurer, like a height measurer. So maybe they wanted to be sure, because they did give a big ass, like, range of height. So maybe they wanted to be sure, because then you got, like, the angle of the camera is down here, so that might do something. But I'm sure, like, with everything we got today, all the technology, they could easily take these tiles and figure out his height. But maybe that's just the Law and Order CSI effect. Like, we think they could do things that's harder. I mean, you got this whole archway. It's so many things to compare him to. So maybe they went out there and got exact measurements so they could say, okay, this guy is this height, definitely. Yeah, but I just feel like Tommaso, I don't know if I haven't seen an updated picture of Tommaso, but he got that whole full beard in all of his pictures. So I don't know if he cut that recently. If he did and he got like a goatee, then it could be. So, because that person under that ski mask looked like they had a goatee, not a full beard like he has in all the public pictures. $5'9" to $5'10", yeah. They said 230 pounds still, right? So if that's the case, then I don't think that's that drummer, because he wasn't that big. But then it's like, this person seems like they're wearing a lot of layers. So I don't know. I feel like they need to do a press conference. They should have a press conference by now.
Does he not realize what he is risking? He needs to go back to his basketball game and let the feds handle this in Quantico. But it's done.
Back to his basketball
It
game.
is done. And I can't tell you the difference DNA makes in a case. That's the number one thing right now. Second is the vehicle. Trucks. The feds are looking for trucks. A gray truck in particular. They're asking everyone within a 2-mile radius to pull video. And have they seen a truck? Have they seen a gray truck? And do they own a truck? And do they know somebody that does own a truck? Why did they focus on a truck? Because apparently a truck has been picked up on video surveillance around questionable times. Now, if you look at times at which they are searching, they're looking at a date back in January, 3 weeks before the incident, and they're looking at the time a day before the incidents. One is daytime, one is night. that they're looking at surveillance video, and I think they've seen a gray truck surveilling the home in daytime conditions and nighttime conditions. Why do we need the vehicle? Nancy Guthrie was bleeding, and I don't care how much they clean that vehicle, they're not going to get rid of all the blood. A vehicle makes all the difference. Do I have to say Brian Kohberger? We know the DNA helped the case, crack the case, but it all started with an ID of an Elantra, and white Elantra, and that went over to WSU, Washington State University in Pullman, their local deputy dog at the campus police. He ran a white Elantra, and Kohberger's name came up at the get-go. Then you've got Molly Tibbetts, a young woman, jogging, college student. You know how they apprehended that perp? Because of a black Chevy Malibu caught on video. That's how important this gray truck is tonight. That and the DNA are what we need to focus on. We've got a physical description. It's loose. A guy, 5'9", 5'10", 5'11", dark hair, did have a mustache, did have facial hair, probably not anymore. But it's the DNA that will carry the day. And another thing, why I think they were looking at Carlos Palazuelos, I believe what you and I talked about on night 1, Sean, CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team, I think they picked up Palazuelos' cell phone in and out of that neighborhood, identified him, and then swooped in and got him. So they are working the phone angle. I know that for a fact.
Well, I know without the FBI there,
that makes sense. They were looking at any unusual phone traffic, and they got him. Then they looked him up, and boom. They might have seen his father as a sex offender, and it went and got him even more. Like, oh, we think it's a delivery guy or a landscaper or whatever, and then got it. But they didn't even tell him, so. I'm left a bloody cry. Yeah, Nancy Green. I like Nancy. Some people don't like her. She's a strong personality. You just gotta like her. You either love her or hate her. Yeah, those are different cases though, but yeah. And the police didn't fucking trample all over the crime scene either. Yeah, we're gonna watch that video next. Yeah, they said he had a tattoo under his thing. People on the internet undefeated. They be zooming in and stuff.
never would have gotten that videotape. And the Pima County Sheriff even said early on in a press conference that they would not have no access to any videotapes. He did say that. I hate this turf war thing. The glove seems to be the main thing. Do you remember early on, there was one neighbor that reported that in the days leading up to this abduction, that there was a white truck, white, gray, I don't know, different, but maybe close enough, that had been on the street, which seemed out of place. Maybe we go back to that point and maybe we find that white truck.
Well, interesting, something that you brought up about that white vehicle. And that was, it was parked in the neighborhood. Nobody could identify it as being theirs. Didn't know whose it was. And if it was a repair person, it had no logo on the side, on the back, nothing. So what was it and why was it there? And again, there is no coincidence in criminal law. And if that white or gray vehicle was parked on the street and people had noticed it days in advance before Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped, and now they're looking for a gray vehicle, I think that's very probative, Sean.
Yeah. All right. So the glove, hopefully we get the DNA.
Hopefully. Does Tommaso have a wrist tattoo? I want to say no from the pictures I've seen. But it's possible because, you know, he got pictures like with his hands this way. So if he don't do this, it's so small that we wouldn't see it really. We would not see it. There we go.
All right, so we're back out for some more reader questions with Josh Ritter and Paul Morrow. And the first question today is about what appears to be a tattoo on the inner side of the wrist of the man seen on Nancy Guthrie's Nest video. What do you make of that tattoo?
You know, I've seen this photograph as well. It's going around the internet, and it's a freeze frame from one point on the video where he's putting his hand up to try to block the camera initially before he then goes about grabbing the bushes to try to obscure his face. And somebody froze it, and if you squint hard enough, you can see what, to me, I think it's right. I think it kind of distinctively shows what looks like a tattoo on his wrist. This is what I love about this, is a couple of things. One, you crowdsource this information. You could have 24 agents working on this for 2 months straight, and they might never notice that one frame that shows that tattoo. You crowdsource this to millions of people, and they're going to catch these little details, and I love that. The other thing that's good about it is that it's not likely they're going to put that information out there and somebody is going to spot someone at the coffee shop and say, that guy's got a wrist tattoo, and say, let's call it in and have that person arrested. But it helps them, every little detail is helping them with suspects that they might already have leads on.
And if somebody watching this, like, that look like my friend Ted, like, that fits his height, like, that look like his eyes. I don't know. But once you say a wrist tattoo, he's like, oh shit, that's Ted. He got the same tattoo. I know it was him. Boom. That might, people are very wary of calling the cops and like wasting their time too. So like, I'm unsure, like I'm 75%. Then people freeze that and like, oh my God, that's his tattoo. I'm 100% sure that's Ted. And they call it in on him. That's why we all here, man.
So someone that they're trying to track down, could this person be good for it? Does that person have a wrist tattoo or not? That might further them towards their suspicions against that person. So I really enjoy that observation.
Paul, any thoughts on that?
Well, a couple things I would say. There are databases that track criminals by their various markings, in addition to height, weight, and all of that stuff, particularly gang databases. Gang database right now in New York City is subject to some controversy because the new mayor wants to get rid of it. It has, the gang database in New York has the awful, terrible distinction of actually working. And as a result, when you get descriptions of perps where it's the victim is able to describe a tattoo, pinging it through that database has solved a number of really, really violent crimes. The other thing is, as we go to the hyper-local aspect of this thing, and we talk about cross-referencing the purchase history, I think that they're down to, from what I've heard, potentially 2 brands of shoes. They've identified the brand of backpack definitively now, Ozark, and I think they're going to identify the shirt.
Not a tattoo, it's a watch. You think it's a watch? You really think that's, I ain't hear that. Let me see, hold on. See if it pops up. Let me see. See if there's anything that shows that tattoo. Or watch, or let me see. Hold up. All that. Definitely seen it on Facebook. Oh, and then I gotta see somebody to talk about it. They said this video is from about 2:11, I believe, a.m. Like, we all just assumed that this was like the first, he's coming from wherever he's coming from, and then he's like coming here and going in the house. But nah, this is like, he was should have been already in the house. This is after the camera and everything like happened. Like, this is like, he went back and forth for some reason. But when the FBI released it, they never said, oh, this is from 1:48 a.m. as the suspect is entering the house. No. I don't know if he went to the back first or whatever, but they saying like he was at the house for some time by the time wherever this image came from. So I'm thinking they probably have more images. Maybe they even got him taking her out, but it's like they're not going to show us that. And that is a good point that you said. There's no blood here yet. So eventually you're going to come. No visible signs of blood. And he's like bending down some. Hopefully they took that into account. He's like hunchback. This is weird. Oh, what's the tattoo? Yes, you can see the thing that turns to set the time. Hello, Boston. I just want to see that tattoo. I'm gonna find it. Hold on. Let's just watch this. Harvey.
In this case, two big developments. When you released that video of this guy 5 miles away, similar backpack, it was eerily similar to me. And I'm not sure, and I've not gotten an explanation, and I've made phone calls about it. Why is NBC dismissing this now that apparently they have determined that the man has been cleared in this case? Because it looks like a strange coincidence to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to embrace or dispute what NBC said. I can only tell you about an hour ago, I called one of my sources at the FBI who was involved in this case, who said that nobody has been cleared in connection with the video. That doesn't mean they're implicated either, but they said they're looking at everything, including this. So I'm getting different information from the FBI. What's interesting, now this video was actually, somebody had posted it on Twitter, and what caught our attention was that the timestamp on the video, Sean, is 1:53 in the morning. This is the day that Nancy Guthrie was abducted, 1:53 in the morning. We now know from FBI sources that the video that they were able to get from Google showing this man at the doorstep of Nancy Guthrie, the one we've been seeing now for 2 days, that was actually retrieved at 2:12 in the morning. This is after the camera had been disabled, but we're told somehow they were able to get these images at and it was at 2:12.
All right, what do we think about that? They saying that she got taken out of that house at 1:58, and this video is from 2:12. What does the camera's obviously up? So in my head, did Tomas or Anna go on the phone like, okay, it's disabled, we ain't paid the subscription, they disabled it, like they thought they put it in privacy mode or something? I don't know, but it was obviously still up. So maybe the person thought that like the camera was down and they walk in, and then maybe they see the light, or it's like it's a light or something that say that the camera's on in the dark, and you're like, oh shit, like, oh, whoa, I didn't do that right. Hold on. Like something happened. Or did they cut off the Wi-Fi and thought like, okay, well, it's connected to the Wi-Fi, it ain't gonna record no more or something, which would, I mean, that would be stupid. Like something happened. This person came back. Now that we know, they saying that she was gone by 1:58. And this is from way after that. Why are they walking back? Or maybe they took her, or isn't that weird? She never came back. Al Roker did it. That would make sense. I don't know. Why would they, is this all for show? Like, Did they think that they took down the camera and then maybe they seen that it was still up and then they had to go back and take it down? I don't see the label on the backpack. There's no label on the backpack. They did like the reverse infrared, and you could see the picture. Like they matched it to the backpacks sold at Walmart. Let me see. Did they show that? I don't think there's a label on it. It's like a hiking backpack generic. I guess if once you see it, maybe I'll show it. I'll show it. They got like a color version of this.
What's interesting is
there
was
so
19 minutes between the time that the man in that other video was seen and this person walks up to Nancy's door. So that's enough time to drive 5 miles. Now, if you look at that video that was posted on X that we put up on our site, the man is carrying 2 backpacks. I can't tell you if either one of those backpacks matches the backpack that the kidnapper used. There's a similarity with one of them. But bottom line here is the sheriff's department told me about an hour ago, the FBI told me about an hour ago that they are still looking at this. It's not been, they haven't determined one way or the other how important this is.
I'm going to get to this issue of disagreement because I've known about this from the beginning, and I've tried not to put a lot of attention or emphasis on it in the hopes that local law enforcement would work more closely with the FBI. But there's been a lot of resistance and a little bit of a power play, I guess, going on. I'm not really sure what's at stake here. But let me go. The guy.
Yo, just look how big this damn house is. Like they could have went through the side, or like this is big as shit. Especially for all one story. Like this lady was taken out of here and then this person came back and forth. So now the person's so comfortable that they going back and forth outside.
That sent you the note asking for the one Bitcoin.
Can I just jump in on that for 1 second?
You can, of course.
I was a reporter for CBS in Los Angeles for many years. And I can tell you, from covering stories involving crime in LA as well as other cities, these turf wars are not uncommon. That local police departments and sheriff's departments get their feathers ruffled when the FBI comes in. They believe the FBI is bigfooting. The FBI has certain things available to it that local law enforcement doesn't have. But this really does become a turf war. So this is, to me, utterly unsurprising.
I agree. It's happened all the time. It's happened in many cases we've covered on this program over the many years, et cetera. You're right. It's the right term. It's bigfooting, turf war. Everything you're saying is 100% right. But why would the sheriff send the glove to a lab in Florida and not to Quantico? Because that makes no sense to me.
No, I mean, I think, if that's the case, for the very reason we just discussed. What's interesting about this, Sean, is that my law enforcement sources and other people have reported this too, was more than one glove was found in that area a mile or so from the Guthrie house. So if there were 2 gloves found there and then there's 1 glove here and the guy has 2 hands, one of these gloves isn't the glove that person was wearing.
Wait a minute. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that another glove was found. 3 gloves was... What? Unless you have multiple assailants. But what's the chances of them like getting just so tired, like after all that preparation, they just both just throw out the gloves in the same spot and they find like, oh my God. You either got like some bored Tucson kids that's watching this and like, oh, the FBI gonna be searching again tomorrow. Let's play a trick on them or something. That's weird. No, they both were outside, I believe. No, they ain't find a glove inside her home. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but they didn't. They found them both. 2 was on Campbell and something. That's crazy.
So I have no idea what glove is inside the house and which glove, if any, which glove was worn by the kidnapper.
I don't think so. So how do you wait till day 10 or 11 to say and we don't know whether a glove was found inside the house, if any glove was found inside the house? They just found 2 outside, and if they found the glove in the house, why would they wait so long to send it anywhere? So I guess you were right. It said 1 was inside. Yeah, they did just say it, Barbara. You right. You correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first time they say it? Like, I don't remember them saying a glove was found inside the house. He did just say it. He did, Barbara. How long have we been watching this case? When the hell was a glove found inside the house? Okay, maybe I'm assuming that's just something they kept from us, but they obviously didn't get anything from it. So then the suspect was inside the house, had gloves on, took everything off, and then took his gloves off. But if it's a family member, then I guess all they would need is to wear the glove outside and get caught on the camera like they somebody. Then once they inside, they take the gloves off. And I don't. That's weird. That's crazy. You can't hear me? Everybody else hear me? Good. All right, they never said that before. All right.
So you had more communication with the guy that was asking for 1 Bitcoin in exchange for identifying who the individuals are.
Hold on. They fumbled yesterday inside the house while they were there, and they put the white. That's why they put the white tent. I thought they were just blocking off media. That's why they put up the tent. Oh, so y'all agree that's why they put up that tent. I thought they were like doing something or collecting evidence. Probably, who knows if they actually collected the blood. Like, I thought you collected the blood. No, I thought you collected the blood. Who knows? Got it. They playing with us. We're 1 step behind, 3 steps behind them, I guess.
Involved in the abduction. You heard today, I'm not being taken seriously.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, this one really got me. Yesterday, I thought, well, anybody can write an email like this. This one has a different tone. What he's saying is, yeah, he doesn't feel he's been taken seriously. He feels he's been ignored because nothing was deposited into the Bitcoin account. We've been checking that all day. Nothing's been deposited. But he goes on to say...
See, and then I heard people say that there was movement, that people playing and posting stuff like, oh, look, we're following the Bitcoin wallet. There's 6 million here, which I don't think people even know with a Bitcoin wallet. So you got to take everything with a grain of salt. Unless you hear it from like 3 or 4 outlets, then I wouldn't even trust the source.
That the reason he wants the Bitcoin is because he will become, the way he put it, he'd be labeled a national rat. And that on top of that, he fears a retaliation, and that he needs to lay low, go underground, and he needs money to survive, during that time. And that's why he's asking for this Bitcoin. There are some ominous things in this letter, but he ends it by saying this is his second and last attempt. But he says he's definitive here that he can lead authorities to the kidnapper. And he
said, I'll be labeled a national rat. Well, is it time for you to retire? Like, the criminals are going to say you're a rat. Law-abiding citizens like us and the people in the cave are going to be like, wow, thank you. You really did that. Like, you had some information. And then, like, he could start a GoFundMe at that point. Hey, I'm the guy that gave up this information, and we found Nancy Guthrie alive. But for some reason, all my friends think I'm a rat and I can't find a job. Like, I'd send you some money at that point. Yeah, it is trippy, man.
Very clear on that.
Well,
again, no deposit was made today.
How about an anonymous tip? We can help him out. He can give that tip. The ransom is now much more than a Bitcoin. It's $100,000. Harvey, as always, thank you for being with us. We appreciate the update.
Yeah, it's $100,000 now.
We got to turn now to Kash Patel and the handling of this Nancy Guthrie investigation, which I understand it's ongoing and it is a crazy situation. But you would think that if we're going to live in a world with Nest and Ring cameras that are surveilling everyone and cell towers and all of this surveillance technology, the ability to get into anybody's phone, that somebody can't just be kidnapped, disappeared, and completely unfound with the full force and weight of the United States government in trying to find this person. And yet, that seems to be the case. In a crazy development, a couple days ago, the FBI said, oh, we found a person of interest, and the police were rushing to go in and arrest this person. That person turned out to be a DoorDash driver who apparently was released again by the PD, by the FBI, with no, acknowledgement or whatever, not saying that he had anything to do with the crime. And he's speaking out after his treatment. Let's take a listen.
Carlos, so sorry to bother you, man. What's your first and last name so we can get it right?
Carlos Palazuelos.
Okay, and you were apprehended for questioning. How would you describe what happened to you?
Terrifying. Something I didn't do for something. I was being like, I felt like I was being kidnapped, bro, because they didn't tell me anything at the beginning.
And investigators showed up to this house, or were you the one who was pulled over in the traffic stop?
I was the one that was pulled over at the traffic stop.
Where was that?
Right here on by Chubasco.
Okay, and you were taken into custody at that point?
Yeah.
And you were
I was being detained.
Detained, okay.
I was detained the whole time.
Okay,
That's
where?
what they told me.
Where were they
At
holding
the back
you?
of a car.
Back of a
Miranda car, and then they moved me into a Pima County Sheriff.
Were you being questioned in the car?
At the Miranda car, I was being questioned, but they only asked me for my first name, my last name, my date of birth, and my social.
Okay. What were they asking you about?
Like, where my whereabouts.
Okay.
Where did I work? Where was I? And all that. But
are you ever up in Tucson?
Yeah, I work in Tucson.
What do you do?
GLS, deliver packages.
Okay. Do you think you might have delivered a package to Nancy Guthrie's house?
I don't know. Might have been a possibility.
See, this is where the sheriff and the FBI might have went separate ways, because hopefully the FBI is smart enough to say that we got this video, this footage of this guy. He don't fit the height. He don't fit the weight. He probably don't fit the shoe size by the looks of him. He don't fit like the facial hair kind of like. So what if the Pima County Sheriff went out of their way to arrest this guy and like, they're like, what the hell? Yeah, went and did something without us and we told you not to. Like, that's the type of thing, like, is a dead end. Now the FBI can't come out and be like, well, we told them not to and they did it. That'll definitely ruin the relationship. Hope she's okay and safe too, Lisa. $6 million to $100,000. Yeah, it pays to be a bad guy, I guess. $6 million, but it's $100,000 for doing the right thing versus $6 million for kidnapping an 84-year-old woman, I guess. Ring just did a commercial saying they can turn every Ring camera to find our lost dog. So why not this woman? Yeah, the Super Bowl commercial. But the Ring CEO, the person who created Ring, said it's specifically like they believe in privacy. Like they said they made it specifically for dogs, and the way it's set up and programmed, it couldn't do that. It's not like, oh, well, if we hit this switch and this button and put this code in, then we could find humans. They're like, it's for dogs. A bunch of dummies can't find an 84-year-old. Yeah, you got to remember, they said when this first happened, they thought that like they were handing it like this 84-year-old woman like with dementia or something, or Alzheimer's, like walked out of her house and just went straight. Like they probably seen the blood and stuff, and there's no sign of forced entry. There's nothing's missing, nothing's broken. Like, oh, she just walked out into the desert. Like we're gonna find her 5 miles from here, like dying of heat exhaustion. After this length of time, an 84-year-old woman most likely is in a state of trauma due to sustained shock. Yeah, definitely. They found, so far, Carol, they have 3 gloves. 2 pair found outside, like miles away, and apparently 1 glove found inside the home that we're just learning about.
I don't know.
Yeah, do you ever deliver like Amazon packages or anything?
Well, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. So do you think you may have, did they indicate that you might have been on her property? You're not sure?
Nah, they just came up. They until right now, all I know is that they show my in-law a picture of somebody wearing a mask or something, and they supposedly look like my eyes.
Right. Okay.
That's it. That's all I know.
Okay. Jeez. How do you think they connected that case to you?
Go ask them, bro.
Okay, so
that's something you gotta ask them.
I seen this guy. Like, I seen people saying like, oh, they have leads and they get tips. They have to follow it. Yes, they have to follow it, but this is still America. You could know that there's a drug dealer next door and call the police. Hey, there's a drug dealer next door. They're not just going to bust in their house and break the front door, break the garage, and take them out. There's still checks and balances. We still have you still have rights as people, because you don't want to think like, oh, the government say they're so sure you did something and they could just come and get you. That's a tyrannical government. It's crazy. We want her found. But if the sheriff went off the cuff and just arrested this guy, not only him, but then took his wife's phone, went to his mother-in-law house, took her phone, took her husband's phone, whoever else was in the house, broke the doors, detained him for 5, 6, 7 hours. You cannot do that. Like, no, we cannot accept that as American people. You just can't. You just can't. It's not about the woman. I don't care. Like, if 5 elderly women were arrested, they just can't come. You just can't call in a tip and they're like, yep, let's go. Like, I think something happened where the FBI was like, no, whoa, you're going off the cuff. You're going off the rails. You jumped five steps. No, that's not acceptable. I want Nancy to, like, I feel like it's my grandma at this point. I've looked up so much about this woman. I would love nothing for her to come home. There's still ways you got to do stuff.
I can't answer that question.
Did they take anything from your house tonight?
No, I don't know. All I can say is they took my phone.
Took your phone? Right. You don't have your phone right now? No. Okay. What else? What else happened?
That's it. That's all I can say. Like I said, I'm done with the questions, bro. Yeah. Can you just let us...
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, he went on. They grabbed him out of his car after DoorDash. Jeez. He said they didn't read him in his rights for 2 hours. Jeez. I mean, what? Because it looked...
Come on, they didn't read your eyes? Because of the eyes. Not, oh, he delivered something and there was some fingerprints on the doorknob or something and they get a warrant, like, and then you getting a warrant for the eyes? Like, I could imagine a judge in Tucson, like, you don't want to be the judge that denied the FBI and the sheriff's department the warrant and this is the real guy. So I feel like judges, this is so high profile that whoever the judge is going to sign off on whatever, that you got the FBI and the sheriff's department coming and you say, hey, we need this warrant. We think this guy is a guy. What judge is going to be like, nah, we need more than that? That'd be a good judge. That should have been his answer. But you taking that risk as the judge to be known as the judge that denied him? Oh, we could have saved her. She died 3 hours after we asked for the warrant. We could have saved her. But you can't trample on people's rights like that. Why people don't want to talk is that incredible that the house didn't have a security system. Yeah, when an old lady was living there by herself, what kind of family do that? People don't talk about it. Yeah. The only reason why I kind of give Savannah some grace, well, one, she was in New York, but they grew up in that house. So it's not like she was living somewhere else, Savannah became rich, and then she's like, hey, Mom, I want you to move to this big house on this couple acres. No, she'd been living in that house since Savannah was between 2 and 4 years old when they basically came here. And then Savannah stayed in there all through high school. Her mother been there all through her college and stuff. So she might not have been thinking like, it's already a nice neighborhood. It's already a safe neighborhood and nothing like that happened. So she probably, as a woman, she probably was like, nah. But she do have a brother and another sister. And then your sister lives so close. Your sister lived like less than 5 minutes from your mother. She probably wasn't thinking that. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody ain't that street smart or... Yeah, but I would have had that motherfucking house set up. Like, it would have been, somebody come deliver something. As soon as they turn into my driveway, my shit would have, it'd have been floodlights. Like, I don't know, intercom system. Hello, who's this? It should have been a lot more. They should have had the like, it's not even expensive. Ring sell them, the things that go on your door that you open it go boop boop. And you set the alarm and somebody, that shit should have, the whole neighborhood would have heard that going off. They didn't have nothing. We don't know why the Nest subscription wasn't paid for. That's crazy. I told them that, I said that they should have asked when was the last time the subscription was paid? Was it ever paid? Have they been paying it and all of a sudden like last month they stopped paying it? Because that's kind of suspicious. My grandparents has always lived well into their who have lived well into their 80s on their own with no cameras. We just communicated often. This isn't all that weird. Yeah. Especially if they always been there. Like some older people just want to live in the comfort zone. Exactly. Savannah lives in a $14 million house. Her mom didn't have security system, paid monthly subscription fee, but Savannah has a security system. Yeah, but she's a high profile individual. I get it. We don't know. Maybe she's like, hey, like maybe Savannah was sending money or allowance to the sister, and then like the sister was paying the mom bills, and maybe they didn't pay. If she's 84, she might forget to pay the cable subscription or the Netflix or whatever, so they probably were paying for it. So the mom might not have known that it wasn't being paid for. People don't be so naive. The guy was stopped for a traffic situation, and then they realized his eyes were similar to the person in the video. But of course, he's not going to say no. I don't believe so, Maribel. I believe they said that they already had a tail on him because he was in that neighborhood, like some type of cell phone situation or tracking him. He was like, they're tracking multiple suspects. So I don't think they stopped him in Rio Rico and was like, hey, you know what? Your eyes look kind of familiar, and then arrest him. Even let's say if they did it, that would be even worse. Like a regular patrol cop arrest you and say, hey, FBI, I got this guy and his eyes look kind of familiar. And that's enough to arrest everybody? So what if you got stopped from just a question, what if you got stopped at a traffic light and people like, the person in that ski mask look kind of feminine. I think it's a woman. Could it be Annie? And then somebody stop you and be like, your eyes kind of remind me of that person in that ski mask. Get out the car. Yeah, sit in my car for 5 hours, 2 hours, and you sit in the back of a police car 2 hours, ain't been read your rights. And then all along they getting a warrant to go bust in your house, and your husband there, and your mother is there, and your mother-in-law, and your kids, and they take all your cell phones based off you having similar eyes to somebody else. I feel like that's worse. Like, nah. But I mean, we open to all questions, so I'm just saying, Maribel, that's just. I don't know how that would be naive. And he did say that. He said that he think that he had similar eyes. That's not a reason to. Hell no. Yeah, I told him he might be the one. That's funny because I seen the video. If you go back, I have I reacted to a body cam video. And in the body cam video is a cop going to a casino, and the casino had threw somebody out before, and they like banned them. And this guy came in, and he looked similar to the guy, and the casino AI system was like, "This is the same guy." And the guy was like, "No." He showed the guy had been trespassed, so they had the guy ID, and then this guy showed his ID. It was two different IDs. The eye color was different. But because the casino AI system had like a 97% match or something, the cop was like, no, it gotta be you. Like, you must be, this must be a fraudulent ID. And then he called the ID in and everything, and the ID came back good from the DMV and the dispatch. He's like, well, this guy must have in or somebody working in the DMV. This is suspicious. Why would the AI system get it wrong? I'm like, are you crazy? Like, you arresting this guy? Like, based on the AI system, he giving you his license, he had CDLs, and you telling me that the AI system said he's similar? So they arrested this guy, and he basically had to get out the next day, but it was crazy. Yeah, cell phone ping too. I heard that. I'm thinking he might have delivered something to the house. That's what I think so too, or in the neighborhood. So they probably said between January 31st or whatever and that February 1st Was somebody else around? And then you got this guy going door to door. They had no idea probably. Like, why is he stopping at so many areas or whatever? Like locations, he ping here, ping here, ping here. That's a reason why you talk to somebody. That'd be a reason for them to go to his house and say, hey, God, we just want to talk to you. We just want to clear some information up, blah, blah, blah. You talk to them. You don't rush and then like mobilize SWAT teams. And because then when they had that, they had a random lady that was also being like airlifted from Rio Rico to Tucson. And like happened at the same time. So people like correlated it like, oh my God, they bust this guy. They probably got Nancy, and she's the one being airlifted to the hospital. She might be alive or barely breathing, and the Guthrie family is at the hospital. And none of that was true. Tyler, this is all, and that's everybody doing is yapping. That's what you're doing right now. You yapping in the comments. We all yapping, just like the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff. I don't get that. People are like, yeah, yapping or stop the conspiracy theories. They did read him his Miranda rights. He said after 2 hours of sitting in the back of the police car, he never left out of the police car. They didn't take him anywhere. They arrested him, and after 2 hours, they read him his rights. And then they put him in a Pima County Sheriff car, and they talked to him in there. Are you going to say, Maribel, if the police come and take you for 7 hours, you weren't arrested? That's not an arrest? Like, they can call it what they want, but if the police take your child, you got a son, and they take your child and say, oh, he's not arrested, we're just holding him for 8 hours. That's it. We're just talking to him for 8 hours. We read him his right after 2 hours. You imagine sitting there for 2 hours not knowing nobody's talking to you? And we're assuming that he didn't do it, right? Because they let him go. So after all that, it turns out he didn't do nothing wrong. Because if people found out that he was the one, then we'll be having a different subject. We'll be like, yeah, they did violate his constitutional rights, but hey, fuck him. He kidnapped an 84-year-old lady. We don't care about your rights. We might say that, but it didn't turn out that way. Like, it's like Pete Carroll in the Super Bowl decide not to run the ball with Marshawn Lynch. If they do it and score, nobody talking about it. But now he's the dumbest coach in football history because you had Marshawn Lynch and you didn't run. Carlos works in Tucson during the week. Yup, and stays with his mother. He's a driver for GLS on weekends. He stays in Rio Rico to see his kids. Yup. His mother-in-law said he's there every weekend. So it must be something where maybe they're trying to get their own place. His parents is in Tucson, and he stayed with them. And his father's a sex offender. So I'm like, is this something that like maybe the kids can't be around him? We don't know why he's a sex offender. Maybe he was taking a piss in the park next to a school. We don't know why. Exactly. So Maribel, knowing that he was held there for more than 6 hours, knowing that they kept him in a car for 2 hours and then read him his rights, is that not a problem for you? I'm just asking. We're just having a conversation here, just yapping, like Tyler said.
Here's the thing. Look, should police go and talk to people who are persons of interest? Or maybe, yeah, you should. You follow up on a tip.
Yes.
Fine. That's reasonable. But look at the way that this all went down. And what's worse is calling back to the Charlie Kirk thing, or what was the Brown University, MIT assassination and all that happened, is they're always waiting for a break in the case where the criminal makes a mistake. But the justification of this whole surveillance state, it doesn't seem to be working. Yeah. And in fact, they're frequently basically leading off before something happens and trying to make it seem like they're doing such a great job. Here's Kash Patel. He was on Sean Hannity before this entire thing went down. Let's take a listen.
I know the FBI played a very big role in being able to retrieve this tape. Can you give us some background on how you were able to do that?
And because President Trump delivered these great partnerships with these private sector companies, we were able to execute lawful searches and go to these private sector companies and expedite results and then go into their systems and actually excavate material that people would think would normally be deleted and no one would look for. And basically, without getting into too many of the details, that's how the FBI worked with our private sector partners to pull out material that people thought didn't even exist because of the specific type of subscription service on the Ring doorbell. But thanks to this brilliant partnership, we were able to get it out, sharpen it with our technical capabilities at the FBI, and put it out to the world.
Do you believe there are people of interest now? Have we gotten to that point? Are there potential suspects now out there?
Sean, without polluting the investigation, I will say we have made substantial progress in these last 36, 48 hours thanks to the technical capabilities of the FBI and our partnerships. And I do believe we are looking at people who, as we say, are persons of interest. But as you know, with any investigation, you are a person of interest until you're either eliminated or you're actually found to be the culprit or the culprit's involved. And that's the stage we're at right now.
That interview was almost 36 hours ago, and that's the only person of interest of anybody who has yet been questioned by the FBI, or at least as of what we know. Okay, look, maybe things are moving behind the scenes, but it doesn't seem to be. And I feel for this family. It's so crazy. Also, honestly, it's terrifying from that bigger point of, oh my God, for all the talk of all the budgets and surveillance, it's like if you just are an amateur guy, what some of the analysis I've seen here in that Nest camera footage, he took flowers and he was trying to cover up. This is not a professional. It seems to just be some dude. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe they hired maybe it is some professional ring or something, but like it wasn't a crack team that seemed to be the people that were behind this. And if that's all it takes and they still can't find you after a week, that's really scary.
Yeah.
And so especially with these people who are at the top where he's like, oh, we have a person of interest. That's the person of interest. I just showed him to you. He's a DoorDash driver.
And they got to listen. I know I appreciate attempts at transparency, but you had the whole nation thinking that you really had someone. Even I don't know why it's like Lucy with the football, because we've seen this play before. Like, oh, we got him. We've got a person of interest, everybody. It's moving. And then it just turns out to be some random dude. I mean, we saw this multiple times with the Charlie Kirk investigation. So I feel so bad for this guy, too, because since he was sort of put on blast like this, now he's in the spotlight, having to answer all these questions, having his privacy invaded, et cetera. I also want to know, how did they identify this guy? What was what were the flags here?
Probably a tip, right? Somebody called in. Look, I don't know. And listen, I don't want to discourage people from calling in tips because apparently that's the only way that this shit ever gets solved.
And like you said, they should if there was something there where they're like, his eyes kind of look like it, and someone called in, they were worried about the suspicious vehicle in the area, whatever. Yeah, you should talk to him, but you should announce to the nation, including family members and people who know and love this woman, that we're onto something, and give them false hope. I think it's just incredible incompetence and frankly egotism, because he just wants to be able to say I'm the big guy and we're on it, and exactly.
Let's go to the last part just to show you I don't want to let the sheriff's office off the hook either. I've been talking with some of my friends who follow this investigation very closely. They're always like, this sheriff's office is not ready for prime time in terms of the way that they've given details and talked and generally been reactive. There was a crazy situation. Let's put this video up here on the screen where apparently some member of the media who was outside of the Guthrie household had ordered a pizza, and somehow the delivery driver was able to walk all the way to the front door to deliver the pizza, and apparently walked out now. And they, as we saw, it ended up being intended for someone in the media along the street. But it's like this, there was no securing of the scene or any of that. Like, it was very, very bizarre. They was able to get this close, and a lot of the people who were there and present at the household were thought that this was extraordinary. They're like, I've literally never seen anything like this, and I can't believe that the scene wasn't better secured. The sheriff's office ended up blaming it on the media, saying, please don't order pizza to this, which I get both sides, but I'm more just, I don't know. It's very, it's sad. You like to think you have some belief in authorities, but it's when you see it in practice in a high stakes situation, you really see how little they can really.
This is crazy. This is crazy. You think one of the reporters would have been like, oh, you sure it's but nobody's in that house? You sure it ain't for somebody outside? If I was a pizza delivery guy, I kind of would have, you got 100 people outside. You'll be like, hey, did y'all order pizza to this house? You just walk they got cameras facing that way and you just walk in that house. That's crazy. Or walk that way.
Nancy Guthrie.
Hold on, actually.
front door. That backpack identified as a black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker Pack backpack, which confirms what TMZ founder Harvey Levin said to us last night here on the show about the backpack. The FBI is also releasing images of what a similar backpack looks like.
Okay, so that's why you don't see the logo. It said similar. I don't think that's damn sure probably in the backpack. She's right, total incompetent. Yep, police and FBI never solve crimes, but we the people, without our help, they are lost. Yeah. People forget that we're supposed to monitor the government. They somehow tricked us into believing, like, oh, no, we watch you guys. We watch you guys. You don't watch us. We're the government. We know what we're doing. No, that's why. All right, similar. Why they put out a similar backpack? Put out this if y'all know what it is, put out the exact backpack.
And it comes as TMZ has now received another email.
So we know that I'm not watching Harvey again. This motherfucker everywhere.
Hey guys, so there's now a description of the suspect. The FBI just released it. I want to read it to you. Described as a male, approximately 5'9" to 5'10" tall, with an average build, and that he's wearing a black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker Pack backpack. So anyone.
And if he's average build, they said 230 pounds. This guy definitely ain't no damn 230 pounds.
Who may know of someone who looks like this, who bought that backpack, we now know that is a black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker Pack backpack, described as a male, 5'9" to 5'10" tall, with an average build, and it looks like they've gotten 13,000 tips so far. This is all from the FBI, and they have now increased the reward to $100,000. So if anyone has any information, call 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Countless new updates, theories, and curiosities in the Nancy Guthrie case. 0 results. But some of these are definitely worth a listen. We have a second brand new surveillance tape, which strongly resembles a new suspect who keeps showing up back at the scene of the crime to talk to media. A new bribe email to TMZ claiming they fear for their life, and so that's why they need the money in exchange for information leading to the kidnapper. Internal fighting between the local sheriff's office and the FBI, and recorded proof that parents who have kids that Tommaso Cioni, the son-in-law, teaches. These parents, they all stand 100% behind him and support.
See, that's Tommaso. Oh, sorry, excuse me. That's Tommaso. That's Anna. Where you at? I don't know if he still had his facial hair, but his eyebrows is definitely way too bushy. I see why people believe it could be Anna and that, but she don't fit that height. But we don't know if the video that they released from the guy turns out to be from what they say 2:11 a.m. when she was gone out of that house by 1:58 a.m. So it's obviously like multiple people at least going back and forth. So who knows if the FBI just ain't showing us that other video or the other person. They just want to know who is this person. Where's all the media? That's funny. Where the media going to the bathroom? I don't know. They pissing outside. No doubt it would be stressful. It seems they would have needed serious evidence to take phones. Yeah, but I hope they have it, and maybe they just ain't making us privy to it. Hopefully they have something that like, nah, we connected them from this, and that's why, and they had a warrant. Circle K store bathroom, yeah, probably. Pissing in Gatorade bottles, you know. Remember, I was on deployment in the military. We just pissed in the Gatorade bottles, take them out in the morning. Yeah, it's been too cold to go outside at night or something.
100% behind him and support him. All of this and more, as I will be your one-stop shop for the night for all things updates on the Nancy Guthrie case. Let's get started. This may be old news to a lot of people who have more time in the day to keep up with this, but we got to get this out of the way first. It's pretty much all but been confirmed by everyone, mainstream media, legacy reporters, esteemed reporters, high-level YouTubers, TMZ, everyone, even members of law enforcement. It now seems to be the case that all of these ransom notes All of them, every single one, even the ones that were initially being taken serious. You know, we had a few that were not, and one of them even led to an arrest of some guy who played in a band, considering Tommaso Cioni also was very into the heavy metal scene, just as this guy who was arrested was. But, you know, whatever. He was arrested for this fake ransom note. And now one of the newest things, just this morning on Thursday, February 12th, TMZ received an email saying, hey, I have information that I know the name of the kidnapper. It will lead you directly to them, but I need 1 Bitcoin in exchange for this information, which is it's fluctuating, but it's between $50,000 and $60,000. And so the big thing there is, well, there's already an official reward offered by law enforcement, the FBI, for any tips leading to the direct arrest of this kidnapper or murderer, whatever this person is, for around pretty much the same amount, for $50,000. I mean, there's no difference. This person sent an email to TMZ this morning and says, yeah, well, you know, I need the Bitcoin for this information and you better do it quick. And the reason I'm doing it for money, it's not because I'm a bad guy. It's just because I need that money to help me lay low and avoid retaliation from, we don't know who would retaliate if this person was to take action and reveal the name and the information that leads to the arrest of the perpetrator. We don't know who they're talking about. They don't specify. It does imply that maybe the person who did this is part of a bigger organization who has people who would still be able to come retaliate in some scary, violent way. And so I need the money to relocate and hide. Doesn't make sense, doesn't it?
It's 2026. How much 50,000 gonna hold you over? You're gonna have to, like, that's a stupid reason. You're going to go into complete hiding, go to another place. By the time you get all your stuff and relocate, you halfway through that money, just eating. What do you think, this is 1960? Nancy and Big Former. No, I haven't seen that. I'll check that out. The guy that was detained and released, they kept his phone, considering he needs his phone to DoorDash. He can sue them for lost wages. Hopefully he can sue them for a lot of stuff. Lori, thank you for the jewels. Dropping jewels. It's crazy how they did that guy. But some people, like we have some people in the chat that think like, okay, well, if the FBI get a tip, that means they should be able to bust in your goddamn house and keep you for 12 hours and I don't know. From the cave, what's up?
That up, and you know, that's just not my opinion. It doesn't make sense. I mean, a Bitcoin is worth the same amount of reward money for tips leading to the arrest. And if you go to law enforcement to give this tip and you collect your $50,000, you'll get your money. And I'm pretty sure, buddy, law enforcement is gonna, you know, put their arm around you and take care of you and make sure, you know, nobody does anything to you. Now, let me just run through a quick few. There is a new video. This is video footage. It's really, really, by all accounts, piquing the interest of the FBI. We all saw the Nest doorbell footage, you know, a day or so ago. That's the first footage we've seen. He's masked up. He's got the gun. He's got the gloves. You know, he's putting flowers in front of the camera. We have more footage, and this was, I believe, 19 minutes before the second footage was captured. And if you think about the location of where this new footage was taken, which was earlier, I believe 1:53 a.m. at 2:15, 2:13, around that a.m., that is when the footage taken on Nancy Guthrie's porch with the Nest doorbell camera was taken. So that, according to TMZ, Harvey Levin, he's kind of timelined this whole thing out. That is 19 minutes it gives from that person on this camera that has just been released today to get to Nancy's house, which is approximately 15 or less minutes away. That gives you.
Is there anybody who think that guy, the new footage they have with that man with 2 backpacks, I think that is even remotely involved? Or you think that's just I think it's just completely separate, and they just which is good. You should follow every tip, but I don't think that's going to lead anywhere.
Time to get there, put your mask on, put your gloves on, and get up on that porch. So that is very interesting, but we do not have confirmation that this is the same person. But it is very odd and suspicious because we hear from neighbors. We're hearing a lot from neighbors and just community members that, this is a town that this type of thing doesn't happen. This is not prevalent. This is not a common occurrence. And so I don't see how these two things, where there are 2 people with gloves, jackets, pants, shoes, masks, backpacks, 19 minutes apart on the night that Nancy Guthrie, whatever happened to her, at minimum taken out of her home, occurred. I don't see how that could be unrelated. And so that's really piquing their interest, but we have not heard any feedback or any results from that footage because it's very new. Now, and I will credit Brian Hinton, very good journalist, he says he has a source very close to law enforcement, local law enforcement. He says his source says investigators are asking for video footage from all the neighbors of Nancy Guthrie, anyone actually within a 2-mile radius that they think seems unusual. Cars, people, anything. As far back as January 1st, that's over a month's worth of footage review that they are asking people to do, and I hope these people do, and I think they will. I've heard some interviews from local citizens, and they seem very prideful about the success and representation of Savannah Guthrie and just the levels she's risen to. She grew up in that town. She grew up in Tucson. She grew up around that area, and she's obviously on a national level and doing very well for herself. And that little small community around there, it seems to be very proud. Now, Brian Hinton, speaking of him, also says he has a source, which I totally believe. Brian, me and him don't necessarily get along, but I cannot deny what a good journalist he is, and he is very skilled at what he does and very thorough, and I have the utmost respect for his work ethic and all the information that he reports. And so I trust him no matter what. And he says his source says investigators working this case, they don't even know who's in charge. These are investigators on behalf of law enforcement who are out there combing the areas and doing all the firsthand work. They don't even know who's in charge, the sheriff's office or the FBI. They don't even know. There's like a struggle there. I even heard from some other reporters and experts that in the initial days of the FBI getting involved, that it was kind of, the FBI got involved for the first few days, but they weren't being cooperative. It was not a collaborative effort. And so they want to be the guys to do it, and they want to be the guys to take over, and they don't really share their findings or information or intel with each other. And it only makes it harder. And, each division wants the prestige. And apparently that was the relationship, allegedly, in the first few days. But now that we're here, I mean, we all know where we're at. Yeah. I mean, it's been days and days up.
I hope it's not no political stuff like the sheriff is a Democrat and Kash Patel is coming in for Trump, and Trump made it like a big thing, and like he's like, no, I don't want you to, like, oh my God, I hope not. I hope that the law enforcement can rise above whatever they have. You see like Kash Patel doing interviews and like, but he's saying like, oh, I don't want to like, do anything like muddy the waters in this investigation, contaminate it. So hopefully it ain't no political stuff. And maybe that's why they don't want to do another a live update, a press conference, because they're gonna get that question. That's gonna be the first question. Which one of y'all in charge? Like, hopefully not. God, for the sake of this woman.
Date and update, info, all this stuff coming out, and we don't have anything. There's nothing. We don't have anything. We're not even close, it seems, as far as we know, at least. And so I think there's this desperation coming into where it's like, all right, let's put it to the side and like, we really got to work together. And so it seems that is where each agency is at now, and now they're working more in tango. I mentioned in my last video, you know, what's the significance of this video footage coming out? The first footage where he's at the Ring doorbell, he's on the porch. A lot. They're going to be able to look at this footage. They're going to be able to tell his approximate height, general weight, his shoe size, probably his shoe model, make and model. They have already found the exact backpack, which is apparently only sold at Walmart, which is huge. I mean, just that alone, that is huge. Finding that he has a backpack that is only sold at Walmart. That's going to be major, I genuinely believe. And I think we all know by now they also found some gloves in the yard. I think that's a little sketchy because I know it's believable because law enforcement, we can all agree, local law enforcement has been a bit incompetent. And so, yeah, it's been 12 days and we finally found a glove. Who knows if that's the glove or not, just a coincidence, but this is segueing into my next topic here. They found the glove, and here you have a neighbor who lives in the vicinity of Nancy Guthrie's home. And he just can't stay away from this scene. He just can't stop coming around all these cameras, and anybody who asks him a question, he is just wide open and willing to talking.
Oh, is this the neighbor that I seen somebody put a ski mask over the neighbor? It was like, it looked kind of like him. And we all know criminals usually like in murder cases, the criminals like to be helpful. That's what Nancy Grace says. Like the criminals like to be helpful. When you're too helpful and bringing the cops coffee and the reporters and you talking, that raises flags.
The night the footage first came out, the first original footage, I said, he doesn't seem sure of himself. He seems very insecure and he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know the layout of the land. He doesn't seem to have planned for this, and he's kind of fumbling and bumbling around and just, what can I do to cover the very amateur. And then I wake up the next morning and every national news media expert anchor person is kind of repeating this, which, you know, I'm sure they never even saw my video. I think over time, I think that's just the natural conclusion to draw from the footage. Point is, almost everyone's in agreement that while, yes, it is insane that there seems to be no super strong lead, no identifiable suspect, number one suspect, and not an arrest, no recovery of a living or non-living victim after 12 days. That is crazy. There's something to be said about that. But I think everyone agrees across the panel, the person on this porch in this video didn't seem to really be an expert at the craft of kidnapping. And then you have this guy who he's a neighbor, he's in the vicinity of Nancy Guthrie's house, and he can't stay away from this media circus around Nancy's house, and he keeps showing up. Yeah, I'm a local. Yeah, I'm around here. Yeah, here's my 2 cents. And he's just going on and whoever did this, they just did such a good job. I mean, they clearly know what they're doing. I think they pulled it off. I mean, I hate what happened, but oh man, they just flawlessly executed this kidnapping. And it's like, yeah, buddy, you're the only one saying that. Is that? You see what I'm saying? And then you look at some of the pictures and the video comparisons. There's even a video I downloaded here where there's a slit in a mustache that you can see from the porch masked Nancy Guthrie kidnapper footage, doorbell footage. And then you look at this guy and this is the guy over here saying, I don't know. I think he did a good job. I think this guy knows what he's doing. Yeah. Honestly, I think he did great. I don't know why everybody's saying he was stupid. I mean, not that I care, but I think he did. Yeah, buddy, you looking. So there's that, which still, that's all just an opinion and a theory. That's not a fact. I'm just bringing you the updates of what's buzzing around the internet. And boy, as I'm sure you know, there's a lot buzzing around the internet. Lastly, but this is one of the earlier updates of the morning of today, again, February 12th, Thursday. there was a white tent that was put up around the porch area, more so exactly where the blood splatter was really visible and prominent. That was put up, which is also, that's going to be in the vicinity of the doorbell camera. Okay. And so that was put up, and per Brian Itten, which again, totally trust his experts and sources. He says he saw they took several video equipment in there, but also some instruments that are used to gauge like height. And that's what I was saying. Like, just from the doorbell footage, they're going to be able to, they're going to be able to measure the structures and the pillars, the bricks, these parts of the house, and then compare that just even in a video to the man who is there on the porch, and they're going to be able to figure out almost an exact height, very likely weight, shoe size, like all those things. And so they did that briefly, and then they took the white tent down and they left. And so I think they were just gathering that kind of information, which is not surprising.
But it's surprising that they waited so long to do that. Or maybe it's the FBI and they're like, hey, Sheriff Department, you're taking too long. So maybe like the FBI is taking over this investigation, like, but they really can't. And a lot of people think that because it's a kidnapping, like the FBI is just like they can take it over. They can't, unless you pass state lines and it becomes federal, because it's 2 states involved. The FBI basically asking, but technically the sheriff can ask the FBI to go anytime, but then that would look weird. That's what I was thinking, that it could be the neighbor, Patty, maybe. And he was curious about the case, asked the cops a lot on what's going on, which led them to investigate him. I mean, they've got to investigate everybody, right? A tarot card read on YouTube saying something happened 4 days before the kidnapping at Nancy's birthday party. Was Nancy's birthday 4 days before the kidnapping? Something was said, and that's when it was decided. The man at the front door could be Flunky Fall Guy. Yeah, I'm torn between thinking like he was like stupid and clumsy. Like, yeah, he's stupid and clumsy if like he's kidnapping her and he's walking around. Or you can say he's comfortable and unafraid and he's secure that like nobody's gonna come, nobody's gonna bother him. Like, it could also be seen as that too. Like, if you know nothing's happening, and he's not stressed out and nervous and like anxious, like. It could be that too. And it's just, to us, we're like, he's stupid. Like, what? Like I said, if they thought that they disabled that camera when they took her at 1:58, if for some reason they went back in, maybe somebody did something wrong or set like a privacy mode that only lasted for a couple minutes or something, or the Wi-Fi, something kicked off and then the camera like went into a different mode, like an emergency mode. I don't know. I'm just speculating. And then they came back to the door after they had her in the car and like, oh, let me go get my stuff out the car, at the house. And then like, oh shit, the camera came back on. Let me block it. Because ultimately they took the cameras down and took it with them. So I don't know. It's weird. If you watch the sheriff, he looks nervous. To make sure you saw this. Oh, sir, thank you for your service. Thank you. But how did he carry her away? How, if he came by foot? They don't know. They said maybe he parked, because in the image there's like lights in back of him, so they don't know if that's the vehicle. I mean, it's an 84-year-old woman. She probably wasn't that heavy to 5'10", 230-pound man, size 12 shoes. How did the killer get in? They're saying there wasn't no forced entry. I've seen things where they said it looked like the door might have been left open for this person. Also, the guy at the front door, if you see him when he bends down to get the flower, he doesn't bend that one leg. What do you think? That means he's older, or he got back problems, Patty? I don't know.
Other than that, these are your updates, and there's really nothing beyond that today. I don't think we're dealing.
I don't know. We got a couple more.
Our joining me now is international private investigator Jay Armis III and forensic psychologist Dr. John De La Torre. Thank you both for being with us here today. Jay, I feel there is conflicting messages, or at least I am conflicted in reading the messages coming from local law enforcement and the FBI. On one hand, there is this sense that they are zeroing in. There's forward deployment of HRT, of SWAT. There is some sense that they have leads that might be pointing them in some very limited directions. On the other hand, they're canvassing video from a month and a half long period, suggesting that the investigation is still wide open.
So the fact that they've mobilized their HRT team, which is the team that would affect the arrest of the perpetrator, tells me that they are starting to narrow in the scope of their investigation, and they want the team in place so that the team can be dispatched and react on a moment's notice.
But why then would you need to go back and look for neighbor video over a month and a half long period from the beginning of January to the date of the crime?
Because the investigation is still an active investigation, and they're looking for any clues. I said from the very beginning that I believe that this individual conducted some sort of surveillance prior to the date of the crime, which means typically they'll do a drive-through of the neighborhood, several days before, several weeks before. They'll go there multiple times, frequently trying to find the best way and the quickest way to get in and the quickest way to get out.
I'm still, Doctor, I will bring you into the conversation. On one hand, law enforcement is guarding information fairly closely to the vest. They're not sharing things with the public. That's become eminently clear. On the other hand, they're turning to the public for help for more information. Again, putting us in this position of, are you zeroing in? Is that why you're withholding information? You don't want to compromise the investigation? Or are you at a place where you're really asking, hey, we don't have it here. We need you, the public.
Yeah. It's almost like they're like double checking with us. Like, hey, we had this information for 3 days now. Like, what do you guys think on the internet? And like while they're actually doing it and moving on the information that if it's correct, but at the same time, like they sharing with us afterwards, like we playing catch up. You have to remember, if it's true that the sheriff is not getting along with the FBI and he want him out, then it could be like they learned something, then the FBI learned about it a day later, like, and they're not even talking to each other, so they're behind. They giving us bits and pieces like at different times. Well, the quickest way to get in was through the front door, which was open. Yeah, that's true. And that's also where the blood splatter is. So they say the blood splatter goes to a front door, always down here. And then once you get to this area, it kind of just fades out because this is all like loose gravel. So it's hard to pick up blood there. So they don't even know. Well, maybe they do know. They haven't told us if they brought out this way or the other way. So what if they went through this way, right? And then somehow brought her around, like they had the car over to the right where the garage is, and they took her out the back through that way. That would make sense. Like they smashed the light. But then how do you get blood this way? Like in what scenario do they go this way? Is blood here? Somehow she made it to the front door or got to the front door, but they didn't take her out that way. They went back the other way. Maybe a car came and scared them for a second. They're like, oh shit, get back in. And then they went out the back door or something. Like, it's just weird. Or if it's two people, maybe they both one went through the back, one went through the front at the same time, and then they took out the front. And maybe they don't have that part of the Nest cam. Like, hey, we recovered what we can, and this is the image we can. And they don't have like when she left. Because I'm sure they would have been looking for that. Like, how did blood get here?
Well, yeah, I think it's about narrowing it down. I think there's so much chaos. There's so much noise being brought into this investigation, whether or not ransom notes are real, whether or not people detained are actually involved in the crime or just somehow ancillary involved. I think they're trying to focus, they're trying to tune out all the noise and try to figure out where exactly is the next step in this investigation. Where's the next piece that needs to be laid down in order to finalize and get Nancy Guthrie back?
In some ways, I feel like they are asking for the noise, asking for tips, soliciting 4,000 different calls to come in, which would suggest if you don't have some leads, you need someone to provide you those leads. Instead of zeroing in, they're opening up the investigation. But I'm not the investigator. You guys are both the experts on this. Stay with me for just a moment, guys, because we have brand new video that we want to share with you. There is new video TMZ says is on the FBI's radar in this case. It's being widely discussed online. It was captured at 1:52 in the morning at a home 5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. You see a man in the video both wearing a backpack and holding a backpack. One of them has reflective stripes similar to the one worn by the man in the Nest camera video. The man appears to try and open a gate at a residence and is unable to do so. He leaves at 1:53. As a reminder, we have been told by law enforcement that software detected someone on camera at 2:12 a.m. So there would be 19 minutes in between this moment and that moment. And we want to be clear here. The person in this video is not a suspect or subject in any way at this time, but the video is out there and it's getting a lot of attention, so we wanted to address it, and it is being considered by the FBI.
I feel like this man was just trying to get in his house. They're like, he leave. This is like a side interest or something. He could have went around and went in. There's a lot of cars here. If this man was going to rob somebody at 1:53 a.m., he was going into, that's armed robbery. Like somebody home probably, and he was going in a house. Like, I mean, this out of context. Yeah, this looked weird, but I don't think like this is like a person coming home trying to get in a house. Like, oh shit, my wife unlocked the back door. Damn, now I gotta go wake her up and ring the front doorbell. Man, that's a real mysterious case. I wonder if Nancy Drew would have solved it. I don't know. At this rate, we're gonna need Mystery Inc.
All right, let's turn back now to Jay Armis. So I'm trying to add together the timeline. This is 5 miles away from Nancy's residence at 1:50. What did we say? 1:53.
Mm-hmm.
So 1:52 a.m. And we need to put that into the timeline of when we see the video from Nancy's Nest camera footage, which I believe we just stated was at 2:12. Previously, there had been some discussion about 1:47 a.m.
The person in the video that was just shown, he may have been just a random burglar going and doing what they do at 2 o'clock in the morning, going from place to place, trying to see if.
Why think if he's a burglar, or maybe he's gonna take something out the backyard and they got stuff there. But I mean, that's gonna stop a burglar. If he really wanted, he put that damn backpack down, jump on his garbage can, and hop this fence. If something back there he wanted, he gonna be like, oh, this gate not open. Like he would hop that shit, right? Am I wrong or?
They can break into cars, break into homes. The person that perpetrated this crime was definitely in a vehicle because he had to be able to remove Miss Guthrie from the location in a vehicle.
Let's go back to Dr. De La Torre. Let's talk about video for just one moment. As I understand it, people have on their front door often a Ring branded camera. In this case, it was a Nest branded camera, which is operated by Google. They can or cannot hook that up to a server, a cloud service. Many of us have that. I'm sure many people watching do. And when you do have that connected to the cloud service, you have the capability of going back and reviewing footage from several days, maybe even weeks in the past. That doesn't seem to be the case here. It seems to be the case that if you do not connect it to the cloud footage, everything is recorded on the local device. So if the perp takes the camera device off of the door, and we've seen the empty holder, he now has basically absolved himself from anything that happens on video afterward, and it's hard to recover what happened before because it's on the device. Now, this is what Google and the FBI were able to do. They were able to go get this video, even though it was supposedly only on the local device, and give us the images that we have. My question for you is, why is that all? If they're capable of getting that, can't they go back further in time and see when was Nancy dropped off at her home? Who walked her, if anyone did, to the door?
She went through the garage, though.
Yeah, you would think that they would be able to do it. And I think one of the bigger concerns is there a search warrant in place to get some of that stuff? I mean, when you see something like this, you see that it's shady. But the other elements of who dropped her off, those kinds of things, while they are important, just to kind of fill out the information, it's really not necessary for the public to see those kinds of things. It's really only for the investigators. This is just what they've released. This isn't everything that they've said they have in terms of available evidence to them.
That's
Hopefully.
very fair. That's very fair. This is what they have chosen to share with the public, which we will say is very little at this time. At the same time, asking the public for help, which is a difficult position to put the public in, quite honestly. If you're looking for help, but limiting the amount of information for the public to be able to help you, you are inherently limiting, are you not, Jay? The public.
I feel like if they would have released everything to us, man, we'd have had this shit solved in 2 days.
Ability to help you.
Well, I mean, this is the phase of the investigation where they're reaching out to the public to try and provide information to fill in the gaps. They've already gone to the process of obtaining forensics, and they've probably exhausted the tips that they had developed on their own. So now they're reaching out to the public to see if anyone knows. This looks like my coworker. This looks like my brother-in-law. This looks like my landscaper.
You know, something I want to ask you both. I'm sorry, Jay. There's been this tendency to describe this suspect as, I've even seen some suggestion that he could be slow or lazy and that he's an amateur. At some point, and Dr. De La Torre, I'll go to you first and then we'll finish with Jay. This has been pulled off for 12 days. At some point, we're dealing with one of two options. We're either dealing with the option that this is not an amateur, that this is somebody who did very well in getting away with what is a very high-profile crime for 12 days, or
the FBI's fucking, are the FBI's just fucking goofballs in the Pima County Sheriff. Like, I don't know.
We're dealing with some very massive, embarrassing mistakes by law enforcement. Dr. De La Torre.
Yep.
I mean, I won't count out the second thing, but here's the first thing. You know, there's certainly possible when I see this video that I see someone who is putting in, you know, they're more relaxed, they're more confident, right? Nothing about this is sort of, you know, overwhelming. It's not distressing to them. They're there to fulfill a mission. They're there to do a thing that they've been convinced themselves to do, which is important for them to do. So there's not a lot of hesitation, right? The steps, the gates and stuff like that, that could just be an awkward step. But what I'm seeing is someone who is ready to go to do this thing.
Whatever this thing may be. And that's the question.
It's like saying an NFL player or an NBA player look lazy on the bench. Yeah, but when they step in that motherfucking court. Yep. Definitely not the same person nor the same backpack. It's like, I don't know. They really failed Miss Nancy, yeah. Crime scene wide open. Yep. It's amateur hour on both sides then.
Was this a crime of invasion? Was it a property crime? Was it a murder? Was it a kidnapping? Was it a fixer cleaning up a previous crime? Last word to you, Jay. I just think that at some point as this goes on.
A fixer cleaning up a previous crime, like them coming back. I think another possibility, maybe Nancy never left the son-in-law house. Maybe she never got back. But afterwards, like, okay, she's here. We got rid of her, whatever. Now we need to have our alibi. We need to go there, open a garage. We're not going to go to the front because the front of the house is too much. You got a Ring camera. We're going to go to the back, put the pin code in the garage. It goes up. It comes down, right? Or it goes up. He put the phone and stuff in there. So now everything is pointing that Nancy entered that house. We don't have no other way of knowing. But Tommaso said, I dropped her off. She opened the garage. She went inside. That's it. Now, I wonder, do they have a phone call? Like, did Annie not call her mama and like, hey, mom, yeah, it's 11 o'clock. I just wanted to make sure I'm winding down, but I just wanted to make sure you got in the house. Everything's safe. You good? That she didn't call her? Like, they didn't say that it was a call. Maybe they're just keeping it from us. But they didn't say, okay, she went in the house at the garage closed at 10, and then Annie called her again at 11 to check on her. She was going to bed. They just got so comfortable. They let their mother just walk in the house with pacemakers and everything. Like, she can't walk. You don't even make sure she get into the bedroom. Like, I'm calling. Like, hey, mom, you make sure you good. You good? All right. Yeah, I didn't call her in the morning about 5 or 6. Hey, mom, it's the morning. I just want to make sure you got everything's good. No, somebody from the church had to tell you your mom's missing. So if she was never supposed to go to the friend's house to watch the church online, then how long until y'all would have known she was missing? The next day? How long? Before the son. What's before the son-in-law, Serena? She caught the Uber to the house around 5 something. Did something happen before that? And then it's like, so if my mind is set on it's Tomas and them. Then like, hey, we gonna kill her or something gonna happen. We need people to be able to say they seen her. So I call the Uber. Instead of picking her up, I call the Uber. So now the Uber driver say, yeah, I dropped her off. That's another person that's seen her. Now we can't be the last people that picked her up and the last people that dropped her off and the people that report her missing. So now we got to wait to like, oh, we know she's supposed to show up to church, and they wait. And then like, oh my God, her friend called us and told us she was missing. And then they call her at whatever it was, like 11:56 a.m. And then she don't answer. And within 7 minutes, they call the police. They don't drive over there, right? I feel like you live 5 minutes away from your mother. They don't drive over there and be like, oh, mom missing. Then call the police. They say that they called and check on her. She didn't answer. Then they called patrol. Yeah. She went to the daughter house in the Uber, and then Tommaso dropped her off at 9:48. He says, and at 9:50 they have the data from the garage showing that it closed at 9:50. Now people think it's weird that it took 2 minutes for her to get there, but I'm like, maybe she was walking slow. She's not rushing. Maybe he's helping her with. Maybe she getting bags out the cars. I don't know. Maybe they talking. Like, oh, I had such a great time. Thank you. Oh, you going to church tomorrow? Yeah, I'm going to church. And I mean, it's not unusual for somebody to be talking. You put your 84-year-old mother in an Uber and like, ugh. But maybe there could be a reason for that. Maybe Tommaso wasn't home. He's a school teacher. Maybe he wasn't home yet. And she was like, no, I want to come over there, whatever. And Anne is at home with the kids, selling her little jewelry or whatever she do. And like, hey, mom, I'm going to call you an Uber. Like, hey, like Uber's becoming more of a thing. So people, I mean, they don't think much of it. Like, oh, it's a stranger picking up my mother. But she could barely walk. So maybe they call it the Uber. Like, they have a version of Uber that's for people like that can't walk, like a disabled kind of thing. What's up from the UK? Nikki B. Tomas and them called 911. Patty. So Nancy was supposed to go to her friend's house. So Savannah is in New York. She goes to a church in New York. They watch the broadcast online of that church that Savannah go to. So they switch, like, okay, this week we're going to have it at her house. This week we're going to have it at her house. This week we at other house. So she didn't show up for the live, and they thought that was weird. Maybe like they, you know what I mean? They probably church goers is a regular thing. Maybe that's her bingo buddies, and they're like, wait, that's weird. She ain't show up. We called, and they called Tommaso and them and said, hey, your mother didn't show up. So then they called 911 at 12:03. So they tried to reach out to her at 11:56 a.m. And then by 12:03, they called 911. And by 12:15, the police came. Now, they didn't secure everything because they were treating it as like just a senior citizen with dementia or something just walked out. Because nothing was missing. Now, they went in there and things was missing and everything, but I don't know how they missed the blood on the floor. Like the blood on the front floor would like, oh, maybe we should hold this back. Like it's something weird. Her phone here and everything here. But that's just amateur hour on the sheriff part. They're like, this don't happen around here. Remember the FBI? Yeah, I probably don't remember. But the FBI guy, the retired guy, said there is nobody inside the FBI currently that has worked a kidnapping for ransom case. So everybody in the FBI probably 30, 40 years old. That's how long and how rare it is since this last happened. Kidnapping for ransom. Yeah, we don't know. She was on blood thinners. So people were saying like they parents on blood thinners and stuff. She had like paper thin skin. She could have just easily like just scraped something. They could have been taking her out and she like hit her security gate or something and scraped it. But the way the blood pattern and the drops, they said they believed it was a nosebleed. You know, like you'd like, oh, my nose bleeding. But it was like little drops, boop. And if it's running down your arm or something, usually it'll be different, like different pattern. So the pattern is like one big spill and then like little individual drops, almost like she took a step, boop, took a step, boop. And we don't know. This lady probably was scared to death, heart pounding, and just blood. Yeah, that's what they reported, her nose.
Longer and longer, we're dealing with something. We're either dealing with mistakes by law enforcement or criminals that weren't so bumbling.
You know, that's not necessarily the case. A lot of times you have a bumbling criminal, but they didn't make enough mistakes that the law enforcement can capitalize on. You know, in law enforcement and as investigators, we're always looking for the one mistake that we can use to catch the bad guy.
Yeah.
That one mistake that leads and that one thread that you pull on and it unravels the entire sweater.
Well, unless it's a cliche that doesn't hold true, we've always understood. There's even a show named after it. Most of the evidence is gathered in the first 48.
That's absolutely true.
This guy's pulled it off so far for 12 days.
So far.
All right, Jay Armis and John.
That's crazy. And let's say that the ransoms are fake. What's the chances that so many people are just so fucking greedy and evil that like multiple people want to capitalize on this? Because the first guy that contacted Ann and wanted Bitcoin, right? He was arrested. He'd been in court and everything. Let me see if I got him. Because I've never seen somebody arrested so damn fast. And if he was arrested and they still getting more fake ransoms,
And we were also talking about that note to TMZ earlier on today, whether it is authentic, whether it is real, or is someone trying to take and make the most of a terrible situation. We're learning more information right now about one of those individuals that they've already apprehended in this case. I want to put up some video here on Live Now from Fox outside of a courtroom. As you can see there, the objection for a ransom imposter was released today. The man accused of writing an imposter ransom note in the Guthrie case released. There was no objection for his release. The judge said there is no toleration for violations of his release. The damage was significant. The fake ransom demand caused a whole government response across 2 districts.
so this is the guy that they saying sent the fake ransom, which is weird. But you telling me that there's more than one of these people? They have nothing to do with each other. They just decided, like, hey, we're just going to ask for some Bitcoin. And remember, Tommaso has no social media presence. The only thing he has is a YouTube channel and with heavy metal rock music from his band. And this guy also has no social media presence. The only thing he has is a YouTube channel with heavy metal rock music on it. Maybe just a coincidence. Maybe it's just a coincidence. And he also sent his demands. He text Annie. How did he get Annie's cell phone number? It's just weird. Daughter lived 2.5 miles away and they call the police instead of checking on for herself. It's weird. It's almost like, you know, in the murder, they don't want to be the ones to find the body. They want somebody else to walk in on it so they can be surprised. We don't know why her family didn't check on her. They called law enforcement first. The world is more wicked than you can imagine, huh? Maybe they called because they were afraid she was ill or something and wanted to get help there quickly like an ambulance. Yeah, maybe. But you would think that they would like get there before the police. Like you call on your way there. If you think that, then you call while we go. You call, honey. I got my keys. I'm out the door. I'm going. Right? Or maybe we just, maybe they wasn't thinking. An 84-year-old woman with a pacemaker. I would think something wrong too, especially if she don't answer the phone and maybe they say, oh, we called her 5 times. She ain't answer. What? She ain't, you turning a 5-minute ride into 2. He looks stupid.
the fake.
Look, he looks stupid. But how do we know if someone was already in the house when Annie's husband drops her off? I mean, that's a possibility. I guess we don't know. But I guess the FBI should have some. Remember, there was a camera, a Nest camera on the front and the back. You just don't know. And then we got to take with a grain of salt. Like, how come they didn't do this? Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Let me see. Oh, Gabby Petito.
Let's bring in Joe Petito. He is the father of Gabby Petito. As you guys
remember that case, right?
Gabby was missing for nearly a month before her case was solved. Joe, thanks so much for joining the program. We continue to hold your family in our thoughts and prayers. We all remember what happened to Gabby. You're in this unique club of victim families. And what is going on with Nancy family? Take us into the room when your daughter was missing and what you were weighing as a family.
To be honest, I don't remember a lot of it. It was because everything was moving so fast. I just hope that they're taking their time and listening to each other and really trying to do what's best, in their situation based on their own feeling and the information they have. Because a lot of outside influence will try to give an opinion or something along those lines. And they're the only ones that have all the information or as much as possible. So I just hope they're listening to what they feel is best.
Joe, can you speak a little bit more about that? How did you keep the faith? Because the search was long and this family is going through the same thing. And you're right, there's a lot of outside voices. Law enforcement can't share with you everything that they're looking at, and you got to let the process play out. But that's hard when your baby girl is missing.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's humbling to see so many people, try and help your family, which is what Savannah's getting right now with her mom, but it's also frustrating because a lot of times the information that's out there, if someone does a bad report and doesn't give accurate information, a lot of the times others will just copy and paste it. And next thing you know, something's out there that is just not true at all. So it can be frustrating times. It can be humbling at the same time, but also scary and sad. You know what I mean? Savannah's, from my understanding, mom needs, some medical, medicine and some care. And that she might not be getting, and that's got to be weighing on them just the same, and that's an absolute shame. My prayers to them, and I hope this ends, with Nancy coming home safe and sound, and whoever did this, behind bars.
Joe, we appreciate you joining.
Look how messy that is. You have investigators out there with the news people. Like, if they could be trampling on fucking that, this is so crazy. That's crazy.
Joe, we appreciate you joining the program this morning. Please give your entire family our prayers and regards. Thank you so much.
Yeah, listen, if I could just say one thing, too.
Yes, sir.
Because we're talking about the topic of missing people. I'm looking at your site right now, and if you guys could put a missing person link on your website, that would be absolutely fantastic. I've talked to a few of your producers before. It's still not there. It's something that needs to happen, because, again, these are the people that watch your show. And it would do a tremendous help to have a site like yours have a link for missing people.
Roger that, Joe. I'll definitely pass that along to the team. We've been putting that number below our screen through the program, that FBI tip line as well. Joe, thank you so much for joining the program.
Joe called him out. I like it. He said, yo, put the fucking, there's other missing people out there too. Like, put the link up there. Let me see. Oh, wait, look at this. Ashley Banfield asks whether brother-in-law is still...
I am typically the kind of person who says to people demanding answers on day 2. Investigations sometimes take time, right? But when you're talking about a potential kidnapping, you don't have the time.
Well, that's why I feel like they broke down the door.
Honest to God.
Yeah.
I would listen very carefully to all the language that was used. We have a court authorized search. To me, that was every lead that says there's a possibility Mrs. Guthrie's alive and tied up and in someone's home, you break down that door and you don't wait for the warrant. And they're just going to go guns blazing to rescue her before they protect the judicial process later.
That was a crazy sentence. That was a crazy un-American sentence. Now, it sounds good. Well, forget the judicial process. We have no time. That's a dangerous statement. That should scare every red-blooded American. That's a scary statement that the government can tell people, oh, listen, well, we just didn't have time to be bothered with warrants and this and that. Like, that's crazy. We all want her found, but that's a crazy statement.
Hey, welcome to the show. So obviously there's a lot of stuff going on today, but one story that I have not focused on that much, but which I think about all the time is...
So do you do this? Maybe the FBI is the only group that has this
We're going to skip through
kind of advanced technology. But I'm shocked that Nest and Google didn't have their own abilities.
Right. And do you think they still believe that this was a kidnapping?
Look, there's two ways of looking at what happened to Mrs. Guthrie. Either she was kidnapped alive or they took her out of that home dead. And I'm really hoping it's the former. I can only go with what the sheriff has said. They have no other reason to believe other than she's alive. And I think, Dan, one of the big examples that we may have seen came 2 nights ago when sheriff's deputies went blazing out of the Pima County Sheriff's Department with SWAT unit and a bomb squad unit. And they flew down to Rio Rico and they broke down the door of a man named Carlos and his mother-in-law. And Miss Josephina, I think was her name, told Brian Enton on News Nation, they broke down the door. I said, do you have a warrant? They said, we don't need one. I can only go on what she said. She said to Brian Enton, I asked them for a warrant. They said they don't need one, which got me thinking to the language that the Pima County Sheriff used, which was, we are enacting a court authorized search. That is not the same as a warrant. A court authorized search could very well mean the court authorizes us to break down a door under exigent circumstances. If we believe Mrs. Guthrie is tied up in a house somewhere, we don't need a warrant. We have exigent circumstances and we can break down that door. So a court authorized search.
So that sounds like just carte blanche to just anybody. Nobody's safe. We might, boom, bust in your door. Hey, your lips kind of look like his. Boom, bust in your door. Take all your family, electronics, everybody. We looking for a man. So what? That little girl got a phone? Give me your phone, honeys. Thank you. Don't tread on me that much. No.
May have meant the court authorizes us to do that without a warrant, which makes me think that, yeah, they did believe perhaps the other night that their tip that took them to Carlos's house, of course, he was released and the search was, finalized, might have been that they believed that she was in that home.
And one of the things, and this gets a little more slightly political, is the fact that it was immediately leaked that they were questioning a person of interest, right? Immediately when Carlos was detained. And this is the sort of thing that happens in investigations all the time, which are people get detained, they get questioned, they get released. But when you leak the fact that there is a person of interest being detained in a case of this kind of notoriety, you are immediately setting yourself up for failure. And here is, Ashley mentioned Carlos. Here he is. This is number 4, interviewed by ABC 15 in Arizona, talking about what happened.
And so how did this all start? How did they stop you here? You were driving here?
No,
or?
my wife was driving.
Your wife was driving?
Because they were following me. And once I saw they were following me, I pulled over. They didn't even have to put a traffic stop or anything. I got off the car, and they arrested me as soon as I got out the car. They didn't even tell me what was going on until the detectives got here, like 2 hours before I got arrested. And then the detectives got here. It was the FBI agent in Santa Cruz County, and they told me I was being detained for kidnapping. And I asked them, like, well, kidnapping of who? And they told me this lady, I don't know her name. And
Nancy Guthrie?
Yeah, that's her. And I told him, I work in Tucson for GLS. I might have delivered a package to your house, but I never kidnapped anybody. They hold me from like 4 to right now.
Ashley Banfield, host of the Drop Dead Serious podcast. Do we know anything more about why they had targeted Carlos?
There's some reporting that it was because of tips that had come in after the video that was released of the suspect at Nancy Guthrie's front door. There's other reporting that came from Fox Digital that said there were other leads, other cell phone data leads and other data leads, but very unspecific. And
so if we thinking about it, they probably, maybe a neighbor that he did like the deliver to was like, hey, we did have a delivery guy here that kind of had the same eyebrows, and then they check cell phone records and like, oh, this is him. But they were surveilling him. It's like they already had him. So when they pulled him over, why not do it more like, it's not what they did, it's how they did it. Like, so even that was sloppy. So you think this guy have Nancy, you think maybe he's working with other people, but you see him in a traffic stop. He's in a car with his family. He's doing DoorDash. Him, his girl, the kids. You know Nancy ain't in the car. Like, I don't know. It was just like the way. If that was the truth, like the people could have found that out and like killed her and then been long gone. They were, they said 15 minutes from the Mexican border. Like, what if he really did have her in the house? They could have killed her and been gone. Like, they did that sloppy. Like, it was not a good thing the way they got this guy.
I was just interested to hear, just, during a television interview, whether that's actually what happened or not, I don't know.
The number's 866-967-6887.
Because he don't live around the area giving thanks. He's in Tucson at his parents' house Monday through Friday. And then on the weekend, or Monday through Thursday, it might have been Monday through Thursday, but during the weekday, he's at his parents' house. And then Saturday and Sunday, he goes to his mother-in-law house where his girl is with the kids. And they do like DoorDash and stuff. So maybe they're trying to save for a place and like he's over there with the parents, but maybe it ain't enough room at the parents' house for all of them, but it is at the mother-in-law house. So he's going back and forth. He's connected somehow, Lisa, you think so? He wasn't headed towards Mexico. His mother-in-law lives in Rio Rico. That was his mother-in-law house that they raided. I hope he's in contact with a good lawyer too. Yep. Yeah, I thought that was weird too. So you stopped this car, right? They took him out of the car. They're searching the car. They literally searched the car on the side of the road. They didn't take it nowhere, and they were just throwing stuff on the ground. Like, that's contaminating any evidence you have anyway. They were literally taking this stuff out and putting it on the gravel, and that's weird. Like, that's how y'all conducting a search of a car?
Your opportunity to ask questions about what happened, because the truth is, as you can tell, certainly I don't have all the answers, and even Ashley Banfield doesn't have all the answers, which tells you that there are no answers to be given. But let's talk about something that broke today, and that is that TMZ is reporting
as per warrant, and is being processed. That's what the sheriff said. The other thing my source said was that the cameras were smashed. Now we've seen the person coming up and trying to, as the sheriff now uses language, tamper and disconnect. But Michael Ruiz is reporting that there are small glass fragments seen underneath the camera in that front entrance, which would suggest that if he couldn't grab it with his hands, or grab it with those shrubs. I don't believe he's trying to cover the camera with the shrubs, by the way. You don't get dangling flowers to cover a camera. I believe that he was actually trying, if you see his fist is really tightly around that shrub. I believe he was trying to get it between the Nest Cam and its bracket to pull it off.
Maybe.
That's what I believe he was actually doing. One of the commenters said that they saw that he seemed to be testing the strength of the shrubbery right after he pulled it. That would be very interesting. I can also tell you that there is a very, very tiny, tiny little space between a bracket and a Nest mount bracket and the Nest camera itself, barely enough to get a key between. So to get your fingers between to pull it off it's impossible. You would need something, a tool, maybe a strong vine to try to pull it off. And short of any of that, smash it. So I stand by the fact that my source said this, the cameras, plural, were smashed. And now Michael Ruiz is saying that there were small glass fragments seen.
So, and then if you take that into account, they said That video's from around 2:11. So if she really was taken out the house by 1:58, what is you did all this, took out the house, entered the house with the camera up. Why the hell go back and smash the Ring camera? Unless it was somebody who knew that they didn't pay the subscription and was like, oh, the only way they can get this film footage is to come to the camera. And they thought like it was like the same as Ring. But Ring doesn't record to the cloud, but this system still does, even though you don't have the subscription. Why take the time after you've been in this lady's house already, in and out, to go back and look for something and destroy the camera, unless you believe that somehow that camera was the only way that like it was storing the information? I'm wondering, nah, it's not his dad. No way, Lisa. You see his dad? That's the first pictures they released was the senior, his dad. He's a sex offender. You can look up his stuff. But he don't look nothing like that. Man is like heavy set, short. No way. There's no camera inside the house. It was a camera in the front and the back. There's no camera inside the house that they told us about. It don't make no sense. You're right.
Underneath that camera mount. He also said back door was wide open. Sheriff was asked about that, said, I will not confirm that. Didn't say.
Back door wide open. Why?
He denied it. And also said there was blood in the house and said that at this time, and again, this is within about 24 hours after the crime was committed, the brother-in-law may be the prime suspect in this case. And as you and I know, you said these are dynamic. Investigations are dynamic. They reserve the right to change their minds. And sometimes they do, and often they do. They get some evidence or information, and that it may preclude them from their original thoughts. But I see the amount of activity in Annie Guthrie's house, photographing for 3 hours in the nighttime, wearing gloves, carrying out evidence bags and stuff. That's the kind of thing where it stands to reason that they certainly are looking at investigating that household.
So your source?
I believe that what they said, there's reports that the brother-in-law may have owed some casinos in Mexico some money. He might have some gambling debt. You think it was Carlos? It may have been his father they wanted to question. I mean, if that's even worse, their father's a registered sex offender. His picture is online. Everybody had that man picture. No way you confusing Carlos Jr. for his daddy. Not knowing details of Ring versus Nest seem unprofessional. I guess. I don't know if they know that. I didn't know that until this happened, that Nest, even though you ain't paid the thing, the subscription still uploads like pieces and bits to the cloud. I wouldn't want a Nest. I'm a private person. If I don't want you to record me, you shouldn't be recording me. Nothing. It shouldn't be nothing for the FBI to come get. In this case, it's fine. But for me, maybe when I'm older, I would want the difference, or for my parents or something. But no, for me, if I cut this Ring off or put it in privacy mode, it shouldn't be recording nothing. If I got Ring cameras in my house and I got some strippers there or whatever, we having a party, no, don't record us if we don't want it. They were up there getting the camera down, I believe. Then, like, why? Yep, the person stayed in there and just, it's weird. Same, yep. I like Ring because they do that. Just like they say with the dog thing. The people are like, hey, can't you just like go in there, fix some code, boom, 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 put Nancy picture in there, and y'all find her just like y'all said y'all could do with the dogs on the Super Bowl commercial? And the Ring owner was like, nah, I purposely and we specifically set it up so they can't do that. There ain't nothing for the FBI to come get. There are cameras everywhere. Yeah, but here's like rural. The houses are separated. Each house is on what they say 1 to 4 acres. And it's like so many bushes and cactus and trees. And it is the brother-in-law or son. Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense, no matter what angle. Whether you think it's him and Annie or him and the bandmates. This ain't, somebody didn't come to rob her house and then get in the house and like, you know what? Forget taking anything. I'm going to take this lady. There was a roof camera that the FBI got days later. They went on the roof and got a camera that, like, obviously, like, somehow the sheriff's department missed it. She felt safe in her home. This is the home that she's been in since Savannah was 2 to 4 years old. She raised kids in there. Her husband died while she was in there when Savannah was in high school. She's been in that house for years. She's been in that house longer than I've been born. She felt safe. That's a great question, Snyder. That's a great question. I asked the same thing because it'd be weird if, like, the sister and brother-in-law was paying for it, and then, like, a month before or a day before or weeks before, they just like, oh, we're gonna stop paying for this. No, he's asking, did they ever pay for it, basically. We don't know if they ever had a Ring subscription. 50 years, yeah. They saying 50 years fits. Because, damn, Savannah's in her 40s, 50. I mean, 50's probably, right? And she's been there since she was 2. I think it's more like 50. I hope they didn't take her to Mexico either. But they said in Mexico, the medicine she needs is you can get that from any place without a prescription. Yeah, it's crazy.
Still indicating that he is a suspect?
Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. But I will say this, the day after I did that report, my source said things have really tightened up. The folks in the sheriff's department are worried about retaliation because of the leak. And I thought to myself, well, if it's not true, there wouldn't be any worry, you know? And then on the third day, he said, what I can tell you is when they take shots at you, you're standing on the target.
So she lived in that house over 50 years. Nancy Guthrie, mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, has lived in the Tucson, Arizona area for over 5 decades, specifically residing in her Catalina Foothill home since at least 1975. She moved to the area with her family in the early 1970s and raised her children in that same residence. Over 50 years, yep. She lived alone in the home.
You know, you've gotten a lot of heat over this, and including suggestions, there's going to be lawsuits or this or that. I mean, have you heard from anyone directly?
No. And I will say this, I actually looked at some of the reporting of the threats of lawsuits, and it's the same outlet that reported, I was going to sue Katie Couric. But I thought, I am? That was news to me. And it was the same outlet that said, Chris Cuomo's going to Bigfoot Ashley off News Nation. He is? It didn't happen. So I think that particular outlet loves that headline in particular. They tend to repeat that headline a lot. No, not at all. And by the way, the truth is the best defense. And I have this on top authority. This is not untrue. And I will say this, Dan. I answer to one boss, and that is the truth. I don't work for the government. I don't work for the police. Will I put the tip line up? Absolutely. It's harmless. I will put the tip line up to help the police. Do I work in concert with the police? Absolutely not. And have the police worked at cross purposes with me? Absolutely. That's their right. I am not besmirching them for it. They have a hard job to do, and they are allowed to tell the media untruths. They're allowed to tell suspects untruths in their investigation. The law covers them for that. But it doesn't mean that I have to go along with it. And I learned that probably most stridently in the Kohberger case, because on December 19th, they discovered that the DNA under the knife sheath belonged to Brian Kohberger in 2022, December 19th. And on December 20th, the day after they learned that Brian Kohberger was the owner of that DNA, the Moscow police chief video recorded himself and posted it on the Moscow police chief website saying, there are no suspects in this case and no one should be reporting otherwise. And didn't use the word reckless, but said, you shouldn't be reporting anything other than what we officially tell you. There are no suspects in this case. Well, there was a suspect in the case. And for 2 weeks, they followed him across the country. And every person at a gas station or a motel was in his direct path of hell, because that man was insane and was reckless and was a murderer and killed strangers. And so for 2 weeks, there was a path of people across the United States who were in harm's way, and especially in Pennsylvania when he got to his home. And I think people deserve to know if there's someone dangerous in the community. I'll tell you, if my kid went to the universities in the jurisdiction where this happened, I would have pulled them home during that crime, knowing.
I think the police know it's Tommaso, but they're looking for other people. Like, if it is him, then he obviously doesn't have her in his person. Either she's dead, or if she's still alive, then somebody else is holding her. It could have been a situation with Tommaso, like, oh, we just got to hold her for this many days, and it's going to be a quick thing. Now he done got his bandmates into something, or somebody else into something that's like, they didn't know President Trump was going to say, put the FBI on it. Because if he didn't, if the sheriff don't even want them there now, then it would have just been the sheriff. Imagine just the sheriff working on this. Hey, we can't even get the Nest footage, and we can't do that, and the FBI don't help him get it. Then this case is Savannah just send the money. And then they've told us from different reports that Tommaso and Annie might be in undisclosed locations for their protection because people think they're in on it and all this and all that. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. And they still had the division of the FBI that protects children against sex crime. They were there too at Tommaso's house. They went to not only Annie's house and her neighbors, but like all this week, the main focus has been on Tomas and Annie's residents and their neighborhood, and asking for footage from their neighbors. Where's the brother-in-law right now? Oh, I just said it. They know it's him. They are trying to find who got to do with this. It's usually always the family or someone close to the family. Yeah. He has to be involved. His school put him on an administrative leave because of it. Yeah. Now, I think they would have did that anyway. Like, hey, like all the kids is talking about it. You're the hottest thing in school. Like, their kids are probably staying home from school. He has to be involved. I strongly believe it was Tommaso and Annie. Oh, my God, too. Yep, they did, TJ. Now we can say just for their safety. I don't know. I feel like they're trying to find her. Or maybe something happened. They got Tommaso. They just keeping him in jail, quiet, and the other people went rogue. They went silence. Like, hey, like you got him, but we still want our money. I didn't read that, Lisa. Annie and them have they got that private security in front of their house, like just guarding their house. That's funny, Donna. He might have, and you know who's a lawyer? His other bandmate is like a high class lawyer in California too. Could have asked to be put on leave. I don't think the school would have put him on leave. Yeah, I think that maybe he asked. Like, it'd have been weird if he showed up to work. It'd have been even weirder. They probably did a polygraph. It's not admissible in court, but if you fail, that's a reason for them to, go get a warrant. It's just weird. It's weird, right? I think no matter which way you look at it, it's Tommaso. Now, what's his reasoning? I don't know. Maybe he was just tired of them. Maybe the mother said something wrong. Maybe Savannah stopped giving him money. Maybe he was in debt. That's something you ask afterwards. Sometimes we don't get the answers to why.
That guy was still out there. Instead, we were told nothing to worry about. It's a targeted attack. There's nobody out there. There's no concern. So that's why I do the work I do, because the police don't always tell you what's actually happening.
And do you think that the police here are telling, in your words, untruths about this?
They use very specific language.
Yeah.
When they went, after my reporting, when they did their news conference, they said, we're not identifying a prime suspect in this case. That doesn't mean they don't have one. They were very specific to say we are not identifying. And everything I've seen since, other than people who use their words inaccurately or inartfully, that's the only language they've used. We're not identifying. That's very different.
We're just talking to Ashley Banfield. This is, I don't know how new this is, but I'm just getting it on my ABC internal email. The Pima County Sheriff's Department on Thursday issued a new request for video on the Ring Neighbors app. Investigators are seeking footage from January 1st to February 2nd. So it looks like they're seeking broader time frame.
If you have a Ring camera and you don't have the Ring Neighbors app, get it now. I have that app. Like, my dog left out before and I had to go on the app and post it, and somebody was like, oh, we seen him. Like, get it. Anything that happened, they'd be like, oh, it sounded like gunshots. Anybody seen this? Like, in your vicinity, they won't tell you exactly which neighbor's reporting it, but you will see everything that's happening in your community. Like, they're like, hey, these suspicious people was out by my car at 2 a.m. Anybody seen that? And multiple people be like, yeah, I seen that person in that red jacket. Yesterday, he was by my car at 2 a.m. He was about. Now people look out for stuff. Get that app if you got it. If you got a Ring.
Dan, they're even more specific in the request. They're going door to door and asking neighbors for January 11th. Now they want January the whole month, right?
They've gone wider than the January 11th request. I think
right.
Now we're requesting
They've gone
all video
wider.
footage that includes vehicles, vehicle traffic, people, pedestrians, anything you deem out of the ordinary or important. Our investigation from January 1st through February the 2nd.
It's interesting because somebody said something might have happened days prior to that, and I just looked it up. Nancy Guthrie's birthday is January 27th. So her birthday had just passed. So maybe somebody's on to something. Something happened at her birthday party, or they got into an argument. But then, so her birthday is January 27th. And then a couple days later, that weekend, she goes missing. I don't know. Maybe somebody right.
But why the 11th? Like, what specifically is it about the 11th that they were targeting people for? You know, it's just a fascinating. There's been the report of an unusual white van in the neighborhood. I'm not sure if that was January 11th, but, you know, they're running down every lead. And of course, as those 4,000 leads came in, that generates a lot more investigative work. Got hundreds of officers working on this, all of them doing different things and following different rabbit holes.
Yeah. Let's take a couple calls here. Let's go to Richard in North Carolina. Richard, how you doing? What do you got?
You know, down here in North Carolina, we had a case where Michael Peterson pushed his wife down the steps, killed her, and they sealed the crime scene, unsealed the crime scene, sealed it back and forth, and then a freaking 3 weeks later, they find the murder weapon in the basement. I mean, and they don't know how long it's been there. Why weren't they shutting this place down? And that tent should have been up on day one.
I remember that Scott Peterson case. That's true. It took them 3 weeks to find a murder weapon in the basement. I think it was definitely more than one person too, Kevin. That's crazy. In the basement, they couldn't find a murder weapon. Yep, they did increase the amount to 100,000. Took them way too long. It should be like 200,000 now. Somebody said they give $1 million, everybody turning them in. Reported Tommaso had Annie make him power of attorney for Nancy. Doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I had a report that said they just bought that house, that $600,000 house. I seen a report that says Tommaso gave Annie power attorney for him. Then somebody said it's common when it comes to like if you buying a house and you can't make the date or make it and meet with her. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to, but for some reason he couldn't show up to the meeting to sign. She could sign for him. But maybe that's wrong. Maybe they got it backwards. That's weird. Power of attorney. You think Savannah or the brother would say something about that if they knew about that? That's what scenario does he need power of attorney for?
Ashley Banfield.
It's a really, really good question. And I think that's where the Pima County Sheriff's really taken it on the chin, because he released that crime scene within 30 hours. Brian Enton, I think around 5 or 6 o'clock at night, was walking up on that front stoop and videotaping the blood. You know, and he also said on Tuesday after the crime. So the crime's committed Saturday night, Sunday morning. And on Tuesday, the press conference, he says, we have halted the search. I believe the search was actually halted on Monday, and said we've halted the search permanently. Well, what did they have and what did they know on that very first day of the week on Monday What did they have and what did they know from their Sunday investigation that had them halting the search and releasing the crime scene? They had to have had something or known something. Now, we also have heard that they didn't bring the FBI into the fold perhaps as fulsomely early enough. That doesn't mean they didn't bring them in at all. I just don't know that they were brought in en masse, until later on. That's been a criticism. But I'm just shocked that they stopped the search and released the scene. They had homicide detectives in there right away, right? That tells you that they had their suspicions. There's blood on the stoop, for God's sake. It's a great question. How on earth did that happen?
Harvey Levin, who is also someone who is very plugged in the crime world. I've known Harvey since the O.J. Simpson days. He has been getting tips and videos and information, ransom notes in connection with this case. And
people saying TMZ and on it. They getting so many they're getting more information than the FBI. Which if I was a kidnapper, I probably would. That's a smart move. Because the FBI, every time you speak to them, they're going to be trying to trace the call back or the email back or whatever. So if you send it to a third party, then they got to send it to the FBI. That kind of breaks the chain a little bit. I heard both Annie and Tomas were POA, power of attorney. What if the mom co-signed? I mean, I see her maybe doing that. Somebody also said that they were like set to inherit the house if the mom died, but she was like taking money out against the mortgage or something. Like, and I don't know. It's so many damn things. But think of how many killers out there. Like, we know Jack the Ripper was doing stuff. We don't know why. Rumor has it that Tomas had a bad gambling. Yep. I went over that, Donna. Some people say he might have owed a couple $100,000 or $1 million or so to the casinos in Mexico. No, they haven't said anything else about the jacket. They just got the book bag, the backpack. They did like some reverse infrared stuff to try to get the color. Because I guess even if it's like a red jacket, is in the infrared and that night vision is going to look black or gray or whatever. Yeah, is that a man speaking? I have two theories. One, her son-in-law set it up to get rid of her, or a guy who didn't know she was Savannah's mom and just found an elderly lady alone. Didn't expect all this. Yeah, but do you kidnap a random old lady without knowing how much she's worth? Or that she got family at all? She's living alone. You don't know her. It may not be no family. You don't even know who to contact. Hey, local news station, we got a random old lady from Foothills. Tell her family to give us some money. Maybe. I like the first one. Her son-in-law set it up to get rid of her. Because think about this. Tommaso got two bandmates. What if it's both of them and he just kept his hands clean, but he just made sure everything was good, that the door was open, that nobody else was going to be there, that the subscription to the camera was off. That's all his part is. I heard, too, that Nancy bought Annie's house for her. Could have been. I wouldn't doubt it. I think the father left him well off when he died. Power of attorney, Nancy, I think. It took me a second, too. Yeah.
They have released today a video that they say that the authorities are looking at of a guy with two backpacks on, about 20-something or 20 minutes or so before the guy on the video at the home of Nancy Guthrie can be seen trying to deactivate the system or whatever he was doing. Let's listen. This is Harvey Levin today talking about this new video.
Obtained a second email from the man who claims to know the identity of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper. We told you yesterday that this man sent us an email saying that he will reveal the name if he gets 1 Bitcoin. We checked the account all day. He did not receive anything. The account is bare. So this morning, just after 8 a.m. Pacific time, he sent us this other email complaining that he is not being taken seriously. He says that he wants the Bitcoin, which is worth around $67,000, for several reasons. Number one, he says by coming forward, he will become a, as he puts it, a national rat. He also says, and this is a quote, he doesn't want to be, quote, incriminated like that guy Carlos. Remember, Carlos is the delivery man who was taken into custody a couple of days ago. Briefly, he was detained and then released.
You see, look, they don't even want to come forward. People don't even want to come forward because what happened to Carlos. Now, this guy probably full of it. First of all, he's worried about being a rat. Only a criminal is worried about being a rat to other criminals. Like, we law-abiding citizens don't give a fuck. You see something wrong, you call it out. What are you talking about? We ain't take no pirates code of honor amongst thieves. You're a thief, motherfucker. Get out of here. But now the reward is up to $100,000. So, hey, just call it in. Just call it in at this time. If you were ready to get between 50 and 60,000, depending on the day and the Bitcoin, how much it's worth, now you definitely ready to rat for 100,000, right? Pray for the family and stop with your foolish words, making things worse. Are we making things worse? How you making things worse than the kidnapper? Why would Nancy send a Bitcoin to get her mom back? He wanted a Bitcoin to tell. And you think they would be able to trace this guy back? Everybody ain't that. All the criminals ain't that conniving and smart. Like, this guy sent an email. They can't. You telling me the FBI ain't traced that? Maybe they did. They just ain't telling us. Trace this email back to the whoever sent it. The IP address, you talking about he had like a VPN and that he was just so secure. Like, did you go to a library or something? Like, this, everybody just so careful that the FBI can't trace nobody back. Who, did I miss something? Is that guy, yeah, Dominic Evans, yeah. And not only is he in a band, but it's like he has like the perfect eyebrows. And he had like that little piece of his mustache missing that like kind of fit with the guy in the ski mask. But I don't know if the height and stuff fit. But if it was two different people, who knows if they have two different people? Maybe the FBI have two different people. Maybe they wanted to make sure it was two different people. Maybe they dressed alike. And they like, yo, these two people are not the same height. So they had to go out there and make sure that they really had the height measurements set up so they could tell, like, no, these are two different people, two different heights. I think Dominic, and then people were like, oh, this person is feminine and like kind of like they like got a facial routine, kind of like they were judging the person in the ski mask. If you look at Dominic Evans, he looked like he might have a night facial routine. I don't know. Could be. Yeah. I said they did this because the Biden story didn't turn any heads. Hey, what do you think about the FBI and the sheriff having a problem? They're having, yeah, I think. So some people say that the FBI, Kash Patel, might be like stepping on the Pima County investigation. Then other people say that the Pima County Sheriff Nanos, is like, he's a strong ego. In another case in the past, they had the FBI come in and he told them, I'll solve it. I'm a better investigator than all of you. I don't know. Maybe he was telling the truth, but it sounds egotistical. He blocked the IP event. Man, if you think that worked, that's crazy. Yeah. Y'all got to remember, when it comes to computers, the same people who making the antivirus software is also making the viruses. And all they do is put out a new virus and say, hey, look, you need our updated package. You know how many hackers work for the government? There's no way they don't know who did it. Yeah, no, there's no way. I don't believe it one bit that this guy is so careful. They got the other guy, but he texts Annie phone, the other fake ransom giver.
He says that he fears retaliation if he comes forward, and that he needs the Bitcoin because he's going to have to lay low after coming forward. And then he talks about a difference between yesterday and today. And we are not going to get specific about what he's talking about. It is chilling what he is insinuating here. But
oh, she's insinuating that she's dead, like she was alive yesterday and dead today. Yep, sheriff went to a ball game. Yeah, I think something happened, especially like Carlos being arrested. There was some miscommunication. I think maybe they did that without, like, while the FBI was still getting ready and they HRT, the hostage rescue team, came here and everything was getting ready. Pima County Sheriff had their SWAT team going down to Rio Rico and all this and stopped them in a traffic stop. So it could have been somebody, like the FBI or somebody could have been like, yo, let's just wait. Let's just sit on this, see what happens. Let's follow him. And they were like, nah, we need this. Like, go get him. Something happened. Nah, Dave, you ain't offend nobody. We're in the cave, man. You can say all things are good. I think it's more about that, maybe more about the Epstein files, if anything, because both sides agree to that, but you ain't offend anyone. Let the FBI take total control to this and see what happens. If they don't have the control, they need to get it solved. Trump invites you to Epstein Island. Yeah, I think if I'm the sheriff, like, you need this woman found. If anything, like, hey, y'all take control of it, y'all do it, and say we worked with y'all. So, like, if she not found, y'all get all it. Like, why the FBI couldn't find this? I'm like, I gave control to the FBI. Hey, I don't know. Like, they got better technology than us. It's above our head. And if she is found, like, great job, sheriff. Like, whoa, you work with the government and, like, you were able to work across fields and the local government and the federal. Great job, sheriff. We're going to vote you in. Like, I don't see how it could be a bad thing if he give control to the FBI. It's weird.
We have told law enforcement we're not going to get specific about that, but he makes it very clear here that this will be his second and last attempt. We have checked the Bitcoin address.
Ashley Banfield, what do you make of this report from TMZ?
Well, it's jaw-dropping, frankly, because if you look at the timeline that the sheriff has given us, 1:47 a.m., he says doorbell camera disconnects. When they released this video, they said was tampered with and disconnects, but they didn't say 1:47 a.m. Clearly, this is a doorbell cam that we see this guy, messing with. And, I've got a lot of theories about what he's actually doing with all that brush and leaves. But at 2:12 a.m., the language that's used by the sheriff is software detects person on camera, but no video available. My source said there were cameras plural and that they were smashed. So cameras plural would mean maybe the back door has it and the front door has it. But what is fascinating is if this front door video is at 2:12 a.m., what happened at 1:47 a.m.? Right? That's key here. I don't put stock in the video that Harvey Levin was showing because it's 1:52 a.m. It's in between those two things. And this is a 19 to 20 minute drive away. So I'm not so sure that's connected, but I do find it fascinating. Also, Dan, I noticed something and it took me a while, kind of feel like an idiot for not having seen it right away. But when Kash Patel released all the images, he released video and he released still shots, right? Yeah. The videos all show the same thing. So do all the still shots except for one. And one still shot shows the kidnapper, the perpetrator, wearing no backpack and no gun. And he's outside the archway. So he's approaching the door, but he does not have the backpack and he does not have the gun on. So is that 2:12? Is that what happened afterwards? Because why would someone who means harm take the gun off and be unarmed and take the kit, whatever he's brought? Except for the fact that whatever he needs to subdue is already subdued. So that's why I'm thinking that perhaps in this collection that we got, maybe that image is 2:12 a.m. And then
that's exactly right. That one image where he's just standing there like, she's right.
1:47 a.m., the initial approach, he's fully kitted up with everything he needs for this crime.
Fascinating. Before we go back to some calls, Ashley Banfield. What about the pacemaker? I mean, Nancy Guthrie had a pacemaker, and initially it was said, well, it's disconnected from her phone, but that doesn't mean it's not functioning, et cetera. What do you know about it?
Something I discovered about this, and I go back to my conversation with Matt Murphy, who knows so much about sort of the forensic issues that you're dealing with when you're trying to A, find someone, and then B, prosecute someone who took that victim. And he said, pacemakers don't stop working if a victim dies. Okay, that's key. So wherever Nancy is alive or dead, her pacemaker is still going. And it would also reconnect to her phone if the phone got near. So we did some digging at Drop Dead Serious, and we discovered that the Bluetooth distance for a pacemaker is between 10 and 30 feet. It's frustrating because Matt sort of thought, what if you had buzzed over neighborhoods, with the phone?
That's been a lot of people ask that. There you go.
Very, very close to the roof lines, hoping that maybe something would pick up with your pacemaker. That's not necessarily going to work. Certainly gumshoeing and going door to door could get you 10 to 30 feet from a pacemaker. But it was really interesting to hear that could still be a crime fighting tool in their arsenal to try to find her.
Fascinating. Talking to Ashley Banfield, let's go back to some of your calls. Justin is in Tucson, Arizona. Justin, how you doing? What do you got?
Good. Thanks again for having me on. I was just calling because I grew up in that neighborhood. I grew up with Savannah. I know that family really well, and they're just the kindest people, and I'm hoping for a good result. But so I've been following this case, and the one thing I haven't heard is how did the guy get into the house? Like, did he break a window? Was the door open? That's the one piece that's been baffling me.
Ashley Banfield?
So my source told me that there was indeed forced entry. I think that the sheriff has waffled on that slightly. Again, I'd have to go back to his exact language. I think that his exact language, he wouldn't confirm or deny.
Yeah, he said he wouldn't confirm. Nancy Grace reported that there was forced entry, but he said he wouldn't confirm.
Forced entry. My source also told me the back door was wide open. Now, lots of people have different definitions for what back door wide open means. Some people say back door's wide open if it's unlocked. Some people say back door's wide open if it's left open. But I will leave that to the interpretation of others, because the language that was used to me from my sources that the back door was wide open.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, Justin?
Also, Justin, very, very good question, because we've all since learned that the spotlights on the back, right over the back door, were indeed, let's say the word, smashed. They were left dangling on their wires. And the language that was used to me about the cameras is that the cameras were smashed. So it just lends more credence to the fact that all of that happened. There was activity at the back door. There was activity at the front door. And I'll also say, if you look at the aerial view of Nancy Guthrie's home, if you were to bring a car around to the garage, you're really out of view of anything from the front road.
But the only weird thing is they didn't smash the camera as soon as they got there. They were lollygagging around and putting leaves in then they decided to smash it. It's the weirdest thing.
If your car is at the front door, you are in view of the front road. You can see it in Brian Enton's live shots. He stands there and you can see Nancy Guthrie's front door from the road. So if you're going to pull a person struggling or a body in a bag, it would stand to reason you wouldn't want to maybe do it out the front door, notwithstanding, and I know that Justin probably knows this, how incredibly dark it is there. And Dan, you probably already know this. It's dark for a reason. This neighborhood has an agreement with the University of Arizona to have no street lights and no lights, because they actually, it's an observatory area for research, for, astronomy research. So there's a reason it's as dark as it is. And so again, notwithstanding that it's dark, you probably wouldn't want to be seen at all, car going by, bringing someone or a body or anything out of the front door.
Justin, answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know they had an agreement. I just thought it was about the animals and like light pollution. I knew they had like a thing with light pollution, but I didn't know specifically because the U of A. That's crazy. I get a weird vibe about Carlos. He might be involved. I don't know if Carlos involved. Maybe he involved to the point, if it's random people, then he involved to the point where like he told somebody else, hey, like I seen this old white lady. She lived by herself, man. Like you can go get it. And then he got a piece of it or something. But I think it's the brother-in-law. You don't think so? Quick question. Would they also have footage of Nancy getting dropped off since they have footage? No, because They dropped her off through the garage. Nancy didn't go through the front door. They went through the garage. And if you go through that garage, like she said, it's on the side of the house. So you won't come in a view of the front door or the back door if you like come down the road and then go take that right and go to the garage. I think this was planned months in advance. I think so too. We here, Nancy. We gonna be here. Yep. Daughter and son-in-law. It's too many things. Every scenario I come up with that's different, it involves Tommaso.
Thank you. Let's go to New Jersey and Brian. Brian, how you doing? What do you got?
How you doing? Listen, the head of the person responsible for the FBI disgraced herself and embarrassed the country yesterday in her testimony. She, because she misled the country on the economy. S&P is down for the year as of today, by the way.
I did this topic all day yesterday. There was plenty of opportunity. Is there something related to today's topic on this, on Nancy Guthrie?
It leads me to the question, which is she's responsible for the FBI. Now, the FBI, from what I understand, has had their budget cut. There's no doubt there are a lot of guys demoralized. Trump declared war on the FBI when he came back into power. I'm just wondering if some of these cuts have made them less effective, and are we all in more danger than we were before Trump took over? Because, frankly, they've not distinguished themselves to date in their
this guy went down a different rabbit hole, but
performance in this investigation. They've had tougher cases that they solved faster.
Well, I guess I'd say a few things. First of all, I do think the FBI has suffered under Kash Patel, but I don't know that it's suffered as much when it comes to basic crime assessment and sort of what the FBI has long done best. If you told me that, there was a terror attack and, we had cuts in some of the foreign surveillance, or if there were cuts, for example, election security, other areas that this administration has decided are not significant. Okay. But the rank and file in the FBI are largely still there, and they're really good at what they do. Now, Ashley Banfield, you made the point that the FBI may have been called in too late into this one to start their cooperation.
That's a good point. And your caller makes a good point. I will give it the antithesis to that. And that is that, yes, they apparently weren't welcomed into the fold right away. That's not always done. Let's be clear. Investigations start locally, and then they branch out and bring in the expertise of the FBI. That's not.
Yeah, he on something different. Remember, a lot of people think because of the kidnapping, FBI just got to come in here. They get to come in. No, unless they have evidence that Nancy went to Mexico or they drove her to another state. If they have that, then the FBI come in. They don't sit down, sheriff, shut up. This is now a federal investigation. It spans 2 different states. They went across state lines. Otherwise, they got to ask. Son-in-law could totally be in. He is power of attorney for Nancy. I heard that too. I heard both him and the daughter had it, which would be weird. I just found out about this case, no TV. I think the person who smashed the camera did it because they knew she didn't have a. Yeah, I think so too. They might have did that. Hey, they don't have a subscription, so the only way they'll be able to get this film is to actually physically have these devices. So they thought they were smart by taking it. Yeah, I think we were all unaware of the Google backup. Only family would know she didn't have a subscription. Like Ashley Banfield, she said she think that the dude was taking the leaves or trying to get something to pull it off. But I don't know. Why wouldn't you come with something to pull that off? They had to take a rock or something and smash it. It's weird. This is totally interesting. There wasn't a camera facing the garage. Yeah, it is weird. That's why we don't know if she ever actually made it home. Because only Tommaso, the son-in-law, once she took an Uber there, and then he dropped her off back that night. So it's only because of him that we can confirm that she ever made it home. It's only him saying that, yeah, I dropped her off and she went in the house at 9:48 and the garage closed at 9:50. They have the info that the garage opened and closed at 9:50. Did she actually go in that motherfucker? We don't know. What you mean, Nancy? What happened? Did I miss something? Lady, do you think Savannah was targeted because of her interview she done with Epstein victims? Maybe. I mean, listen, anything that both sides, the Democrats and the Republicans, try to hide together, I'm always wary about. They can't give the American people no money, but they'll give a foreign government some money for war. And then they trick us. They're like, let's help the homeowners get out of debt. And the people will be like, they'll trick people and be like, no, why we help the homeowners? I ain't got no home. I don't need to know why we help them. People that went to school, they're like, let's help people with student debt. And they'll get the other people be like, well, I ain't go to school. I'm a trade. You got that debt. You better do it on your own. But then they'll be like, oh, the airlines need help. Let's bail them out. Okay. The car people need debt. Well, let's bail them out. These are Fortune 500 companies. We could bail them out. But when they try to help American citizens, it's like, no. They get, like, whatever other side, they get both sides fighting against each other. It's stupid. But when it comes to, let's help the homeless people and the poor people, they get, well, nobody's helping me. And then they like, oh, we can't get it passed. Oh, let's give this random country some money for war. Okay. Like, what? The only thing they don't do with American tax dollars is help Americans. They get the other side to like, all right, listen, the Republicans want us to pass something. Hey, Democrats, fight against it, say it's unfair. And then when the Democrats want something, the people want us to do something. Like, hey, Republicans, come out and say, like, we can't do that. It's unfair. Okay. It's weird. It's the weirdest shit. And we just like go along with it. But I digress. The new guy with the bags that everyone is talking about does not have the same bag. Yeah, I think that's just a dead end. I think that's just a random thing. Thank God, I guess people are actually, it's something weird though. He's trying to go into a house or something, then he doesn't. It's weird. So I guess they send it in. That's good. But I think the FBI looked at him like, this don't have nothing to do with anything we doing. Hey, send it out to the news. Yeah. Let mainstream media just keep watching it and look out for that guy while we're looking at Tomas. Like maybe it'll help the people, like the bandmates that got Nancy think like, oh, the FBI, they looking, they watching, looking like, oh, the FBI, I think is this guy. Like, and they don't. Obviously, she is deceased and the son-in-law is responsible. Crystal, I don't want to think about that, man. Deceased. I only think it's a possibility. If it's a random person, she dead probably. If it's the son-in-law and like maybe Nancy's not familiar with the bandmates and stuff and they kept everything on, then there's a chance that maybe she can get released. Like, hey, don't kill her. It's my mother-in-law. I just want the money to pay off my debts. And then you release her. And it kind of got bigger than it is, but maybe they taped her, maybe they duct taped her, put some headphones on. Nancy might not have no clue who kidnapped her. Obviously, Lisa, I just been trying to do more research on Savannah, and that's a rabbit hole by itself. I got to look that up. I thought like she was just a Today Show host, and like I always see her smiling. I'm not familiar with her and the Epstein thing. I should do that. Everybody should get 200K here. There's something coming. I think there is something coming. I seen another video where they were talking about a truck you're talking about the gray truck. I was kind of listening to it in the background. Has anyone confirmed about? Yeah, Nancy Grace was talking about they're looking for a gray truck because you know how they said there was a white van suspicious in the area. They're reporting like a gray truck. Like it's so dark in the area that somebody can confuse a gray and white truck is like it depends on the lighting. But yeah, they did say something about a gray truck leaving the area. But that's so general, just a gray truck. Many sheep still asleep. Yeah. That's why I started this channel from the cave. It started, I want to do political commentary and reactions and news report. Like, I'm just like, this is stupid. This is stupid. I think most Americans working at 9 to 5 don't get updates like from somebody who's just independent. And then people that's independent end up getting bigger and then they get sold out and somebody give them a bag and then boom, they working on some other. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Like it's just fucking ridiculous. Like the pursuit of happiness in America is just gone down. There's no such thing. The American dream is the pursuit of happiness, is the ability to think you could make it big. Now people don't like, I'm not gonna even try. Ain't no way I can make it. Like, you're supposed to keep trying, and then even if you don't make it, the fun is in the journey. Like, they just wipe that out of us, and they still get paid. It's just crazy. Is Tommaso still in custody? We don't know if he's in custody. They've reporting that he's in an undisclosed location, him and Annie, but for their protection, because so many people outside their home, which you can understand. Like, they got kids, it's them. They wouldn't be, every time they come out that house, people be snapping pictures. So I kind of get that. Come on, this was done by a family member. I think so too. Lack of her medication was a slip up for the son-in-law. Maybe. Or maybe he told them, hey, make sure you get this medication. And they didn't listen. Or if they have her in Mexico, right? Even if it is the bandmates, they could have still drove her to Mexico. They said in Mexico, the medication she needed, the blood thinners, is pretty easy to get. Getting the psychic, that would help. Go get Long Island Medium. Go get her. Teresa, is her name Teresa, the one with the big hair? But she only talk, well, damn, I don't know. She only talk to dead people. Unless she gonna contact, she contacts Savannah and daddy from the afterworld and asks where Nancy is, I guess. Tommaso's out of Dodge on February 3rd. Is the camera footage from the door that was left wide open? No, that's the back door. We only see in the front door where the blood was. Somebody got to answer. It's a lot of taxpayer money getting used to find this lady. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. The meds are easy. I thought she was on some crazy stuff, but she's just on blood thinners. No press conference, no nothing. I'm not sure which more they can say. Or the FBI might have asked their family. Like, oh, don't forget, people were saying that Savannah was using words like, we understand, we will pay, we just want to celebrate with our mom, like celebration of life, repast, funeral. Like, hey, we know she dead. We just want to, I'm going to pay you $6 million for the body. Like, we just need to have peace. We need to have, to put this to bed. Send my mother body home so we can put her to rest. And my family could have a site to go put flowers and see her every day. It could have been. Everybody got to pray. Yep. Let me see. Hold on.
Unusual. So we shouldn't slam the local sheriff, too hard for that, because I don't know exactly how long too long is. I don't know how many days it took for the FBI. It seemed like they were there at a pretty good amount of time. Just ask the Ramseys how long it took for the FBI to get on their case. Almost forever. That's too long for sure. But I will say this about Kash Patel, and I'm not being political here. I'm just going to use his words. He said they were able to, and these are his words, I'll quote him. We were able to exploit information pursuant to our private sector partner engagement that showed us that there might be persons of interest in and around the area related to this event. And so first and foremost, our priority is to find Nancy Guthrie. And of course, right behind that is to find anyone and any others involved in this kidnapping. And there's a space in between here and another question from Sean Hannity, but he answers, I do believe we are looking at people who, as I say, are persons of interest in this case. So Kash Patel talked about that the FBI was able to do this with Nest, bring in their guns, their tech savvy, and actually extract this video where Nest and Google apparently had told the local authorities, sorry, we're at our wit's end, we have nothing to offer. So what you can say what you want politically about the FBI, et cetera, but in this particular case, in this particular moment, they did a good job and they were able to get this video. And I think understandably, that's really hard to do. And arguably, this is the number one piece of evidence in the case.
Yeah. The only thing that I would push back on is that I wouldn't take Kash Patel too literally when he says persons of interest. There may be, but
I was just shocked he said it 3 times.
Yeah,
lawyer,
no, I know.
Right? He's a practicing criminal defense attorney, and I figure he should know.
He's in so far over his head, but that is political. Ashley Banfield, thank you.
That's crazy. So somebody said Dr. Phil says something about it. I see that now. Oh, here you go.
Dr. Field here, and I wanted to talk to you about the latest on the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, who I'm sure you all know from the Today Show. I do want to tell you what we know at this time, although it is changing. sometimes hour to hour. The reason I'm talking about this is twofold. One is you're concerned about it just as I am. You probably feel like you know Savannah Guthrie because you've watched her so much. I do know Savannah Guthrie. I've worked with her a number of times. She's interviewed me over the years. I've spent some time talking to her off camera as we were getting ready for interviews, or we were sitting while others were doing things on the show, and we've had the opportunity to get to know one another. Let me tell you, there aren't two Savannah Guthries. She's not one way on camera and another way off camera. She's a very real, warm, genuine, authentic individual. So if you feel like you know her, you do get the real Savannah Guthrie on camera that you would get if you met her on the street or at some event or something. This obviously is a terrible, terrible time for her and her family, as I'm sure you're empathetically feeling for her. The other reason I'm talking about this is because I did choose to get trained in forensic psychology, which is psychology in the law, and that includes criminal activities. And for over 45 years now, I guess, I've either been working with law enforcement, I've worked with the FBI, state, local law enforcement. I've been involved in some of these kind of cases, and I've been reporting on them a lot over the last 25 years. And this is a very unusual and disturbing case. This isn't following the pattern that kidnappings typically follow. And sadly, there are enough that there is a pattern. And data and patterns matter in these kind of situations because they help you to know how to resolve them. And there are some things that it might be of interest to you to know. Most kidnappings don't get reported, probably because the kidnappers say, don't call the police. We have your loved one, don't call the police, and most people don't want to do it. They don't want to do anything to upset the apple cart. A decision has to be made really early on. You have to make a decision what your primary objective is. Is it, number one, to catch the perpetrators, or is it alternatively to get your loved one back? And almost always, it is to get your loved one back. And those aren't necessarily the same thing all the time. If it's to catch the perpetrators, you go down a different path in trying to catch them, trap them, discover who they are, versus just getting your loved one back, which you can do without finding out who it was that kidnapped them. And that's the reason they sometimes don't call the police, or if they do call the authorities, they're very discreet about it, and oftentimes the authorities will tell them, look, you have to decide, are you willing to pay a ransom or are you not? And if professionals are involved, these things get resolved about 97% of the time. If you have insurance against kidnapping, which most people don't, of course, or you have the money to pay.
Savannah has the money to pay, and I've also heard that what is it, NBC? Like the network is willing to pay too. Like it makes sense. Like it looks good on them. $6 million ain't nothing to them. Like they could easily just a push of a button. They probably ain't got to go that much up the chain of command.
Then the vast majority of the time, these things get resolved and the person gets recovered unharmed. Certainly if there are professional negotiators involved, because there is an art to this, there is a science to this. And let me assure you, there is nobody better at this than the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They have this to an absolute science. Their primary investigator that's now retired is a gentleman named Chris Voss. And
I was about to say, they're good at it, but every FBI agent that has worked kidnapping for hire or for money, for a monetary gain, is retired. But I'm sure it's easy to, hey, Chris, come over here. We need you to consult for us real quick. I'm sure. And they're going to get paid triple what he would have did as an agent. So they probably still have the retired FBI agents on the scene, hopefully.
He is the master at how to go about this. If you don't have professionals involved in negotiation, the resolution drops to about 40%.
And that's a good question, Bird. But the some of the experts that have dealt with these cases before said, even in situations where the deadline has passed, you might still be able to do something. Like, I mean, you don't kidnap a 84-year-old woman, do surveillance on her house, take it and escape the FBI just to be like, oh, well, they missed the day, kill her, and we'll just scrap that and try again. So they want money. They want the money. So they think Savannah said, we will pay. I don't know. We don't know if she paid, right? We're assuming she didn't, but she said she's willing to. We don't know what happened in between that. I think they got another message because they told them the deadlines, and then Savannah put out that message saying, okay, we will pay, but we just want proof of life. I think somewhere it went from we want proof of life, and then the next message was, we got your message, we will pay. So they sent them something that said like, yo, I don't know if you playing games, but this is not a negotiation. We want the money. So I don't know, but something happened. Like they told him like, nah, who you talking to? We're not sending no proof of life. We'll send you her body or something. Like we don't know. I'll check. I'll take his name down.
If no ransom is paid,
ex-detective,
it drops to about 11%. If you're willing to pay the ransom and you've got professionals involved in the negotiations, these things usually turn out okay. And by the way, it's not like you see on television. It's not like, $50 million are paid. The average kidnapping is not a high-yield crime. It's single-digit thousands globally. So this isn't something that kidnappers get rich over. It's very rare that there's a big high-dollar kidnapping that they pay and the person gets returned and the kidnappers get rich. One of the things that we know is that when kidnappers abduct somebody, they want a quick resolution. They want it over with as fast as they possibly can. Now, why is that true? Well, of course, they want to get paid quickly. That's the number one thing. But number two, it's very risky to keep an individual that you've abducted for any period of time. I mean, think about everything that can go wrong. First, you have to have a place to keep them. And the longer you have them, the higher the risk of them being discovered, the higher the risk of them escaping, the higher the risk that something can go wrong. If you've got them in a warehouse somewhere, somebody can notice something going wrong. If the kidnapper is in a community somewhere, they live somewhere, and they have to be gone to monitor their abductee, they've disappeared. And if it gets into the media and all of a sudden this person's disappeared, unless the whole family, the whole community is criminal, then people are going to notice them gone. And if there's unusual traffic into an isolated area, people notice things. The highest risk for the person being abducted is during the abduction, where things go wrong. They try to get away and they have to overpower them and it gets out of hand. It's reported there was blood at the scene where Ms. Guthrie was abducted. Did something happen there and she didn't survive? The second highest risk time is if they try and escape, because sometimes people jump out of a window or they try to run away and maybe they fall or fall down a hill or get into traffic or something and there's some injury there. It is a high-risk situation and a high-demand situation for the abductors. What bothers me so much about this is this, as much as it is emotional for the family, it is a business transaction. I don't mean to be...
Yeah. And Bird, Savannah hired her own private investigator. So is the Pima County Sheriff, the FBI, and Savannah has her own private investigator out there. He must be like world renowned or something, but I am skeptical of this being a hit job as a personal attack on Savannah. I think it could be a cartel incident or even random, but how often did someone elderly get abducted from? I don't see that. I mean, what do? You kidnap her mama. Like, if anything, if it's a message, they spill her out right there, leave a message on the wall in her blood, and like, they don't mess with us. You take her and clean up the scene so they don't even know what happened? What does that do? Let's say if it's a cartel or something. Like, damn, the ransom is fake because, okay, all the ransom is fake. So it's weird that you have these ransoms that are fake and it's multiple of them from different people, I guess, but people are evil, I guess, so they're taking advantage of this. But what does the cartel get for, like, you kill her mama, now she's going to go on a rampage. Now she's going to get more security, and now she's going to be on her Candace Owens on her podcast for 3 hours talking about everything. I feel like that just put a battery pack in her back. Like, I mean, her mother, 84, she was sickly. So, I mean, a death isn't, like, every day was a blessing for her. Like, it's a blessing for everybody, but 84-year-old woman, pacemaker, I mean, she probably was expecting a call any day that something could happen. So, bro, but a simple message every day, not even that. I think that the FBI telling her not to do it, probably. I mean, she already left her mother living alone, right? Yes, say like that's messed up. She gonna give it like she care, but I mean, ain't like she gonna kill her mother and then she gonna stop talking about it. Her price went up now. When Savannah go back on, like, hey, I think the cartel did this to my mother. Let me tell you my story. Like, we all watching that. Like, it's going. Her price went up. Yeah, Dr. Phil ain't say nothing we don't already know. I don't know. You think the FBI and them be like, yo, private detective, that's cool. You ain't coming over here in this crime scene. So I don't know how much the private investigator can do. Unless she like got them looking into, I don't know. I have no idea. That's a great question.
Be cold about it. I'm just telling you how these things work. Let's make a trade. Why are they not in contact with him? Why are they not in constant contact with him? There apparently, reportedly, have been some letters, some notes. TMZ's been involved. Why? Why would that be the case? Well, one reason is they're rank amateurs and don't know how to do it. The other reason is they don't have anything to trade. Something has happened, something's gone wrong. If this was a typical kidnapping, then there would be a typical pattern, and it would be, let's get this over with as quickly as possible and get the money as quickly as we possibly can.
I don't know. People keep acting like these are amateurs. Maybe they are, but it's just so clean. Like, they made it seem like they left fingerprints everywhere and it was just blood everywhere. They left clothes and it's just they left without a damn trace. Like, does Nanos have to give them permission? Yeah. If he has to give the FBI permission, yeah. The FBI just can't come in and take over a local case unless it passed your state line. So if you kill somebody, you good. The FBI got the local sheriff take care of it, or the local precinct, whatever it is, take care of it. But if you kill somebody and then go to another state and kill somebody, now the FBI has jurisdiction over it. Yep. If they're amateurs, they got real lucky. That's like you somebody committing a murder and they got lucky and got out, and then all of a sudden people start sending in letters to the news department. I did it. No, I did it. Yeah, I did it. I'm the real killer. You must be like, oh God, somebody's taking credit for my killing. Thank God. Like I killed somebody in California and somebody in New York send in a letter saying I'm the one who did it. You're like, oh, thank you. I'm not sure about the private detective. I mean, to go inside like the crime scene, he probably is. Like, the crime scene is the crime scene, so he would have to ask for permission. I mean, it's their house, but if they have a warrant and say like this is still closed, then he can't go. It probably is a doorbell cam of the abduction. Damn, I can't even talk, Joe. It might be. It might be that they carried this lady out in a black bag, or maybe they retrieved some more footage showing that they came through the back door with something wrapped up. Like, two people carried out some, like, a trash bag with her in it. And it's like, what reason would we show the public that? Like, the public just know we need to find these people. It's cool if they think that it's hope to find her alive, but we know better. And we know we just looking for the suspect that took her in the body. maybe they discovered some more, and that's what Savannah seen. Like, okay, we know she did. You took her out in a trash bag wrapped. We know she did. Yeah. Let me see something. We got a couple more.
Overnight, the sheriff's forensics teams in Tucson searching the side of the road near Nancy Guthrie's home. This is the very new stuff now. This, as sources confirm, the FBI is processing a set of gloves found about 1.5 miles from her house. Lieutenant Randy Sutton joins us now. He served 24 years.
So weird. They found one glove. Remember, for the people that wasn't here, they found one glove inside her home, and they found a set of gloves a couple far away from the home. Fuck, it's weird.
With the Las Vegas Metropolitan PD, he joins us live outside the Pima County Sheriff's Office in Tucson. Randy, your take on what they're looking for that would prompt them to go there at night. What could you maybe infer from this?
Well, in a sense, it shows how desperate they are to literally turn over every stone on this investigation. They are looking for anything, and the reality is that this is very difficult terrain. When you're looking at the wide scope of this search, I mean, it encompasses miles and miles, and with the hope that they will be able to recover something that might have been discarded. Now, I caution about the enthusiasm that has arisen from the discovery of these gloves. Is it possible that they're involved? Sure, and they will diligently, the FBI will diligently examine those for DNA and any possibility. They'll be comparing the material from enhanced photographic images that they recover from the video. They'll do anything to either confirm that those possibly might be the gloves, or that this is a non-starter.
Right. Some people have said those gloves, the ones we saw in the video, that might be the ones we found on the ground.
Listen. And then remember, the sheriff, instead of giving it to the FBI, he sent the gloves to a private forensic lab in Florida. Thanks for stopping by, too. Thank you, Lisa. Is the guy on the porch looking to see if they came in the back door yet? We don't know what he's looking for. And remember, they're saying that part of that video is after they already had Nancy. They got her by 1:58 or whatever time it was, and then that video is from around 2:12 or later. Now, when they originally dropped the video, they never said what time it was. So he's coming up. So we just all assumed like, oh, this must be him entering for the first time. No. And like they said, Banfield said, it's two different images. It's one with all the stuff on and the gun, and then he doesn't. So did they take her back to the car and then be like, okay, now let me come deal with this camera, so they don't have the physical camera because there's no subscription, there's nothing recording, it's not connected to anything. They thought they got away with it too. When the sheriff like, oh, there's no way, we tried, you couldn't get it. Everyone must be a suspect. Y'all can't rule anybody out. Who did it? I think the brother-in-law, the sister. I don't know. 25,000 is not much for info for the person. It's up to 100,000 now, Matthew. If none of the 3 gloves fit, you must have quit. Motive has to be money, Lee. Yeah, but some people say, I didn't know, but I guess Savannah was going into the Epstein files pretty deep. Or they said she interviewed some Epstein victims. Good night. Hope they find her. Yeah, we have satellites which take imagery every second of the day. I guess in this case they should. I think they be tricking us like, oh, the U.S. is so advanced. We're the most advanced country. We got this in our army and our military. If you ever in the military, you realize these just regular people and they ain't that sophisticated. That was crazy all the way to, Can you imagine if the gloves get missing or something? Is this staged? I think so. I think, okay, I'm going to say this for the new people. What's a possibility is she never made it home from Tomas's in them house. And then Tomas like, okay, what we do now? So he had to go over there. So his cell phone data and car looked like he was there. And he pulled up to the garage knowing that he wouldn't be caught on either camera because it's only in the front and the back. The garage is on the side. He opened the garage and then closed it. And then went back home and had this done. They came back. They just had to be seen. Like, they had to be seen on the camera. Like, it's weird. But then it's like, why would they destroy the camera if they didn't want to be seen? So, or maybe they dropped her off and then it was going to come back. Or maybe he just had other people do it. Like, hey, I left the back door open and don't worry. Like, we dropped her off and she's there alone and we made sure everything was wrong. Just destroy the camera before you leave. Or it's so many ways it could have been done. Like, we may not never understand the reasoning, right? There is no good reason. There is no good reason for kidnapping an 84-year-old woman. No debt, no house debt, no there's no good reason. So no reason we could come up with is going to be good, but we could still say this probably happened. Absolutely. I find it strange that the back door is wide open and yet we haven't seen any footage. Yeah. The only thing, Zen, is if they went through the back. Let's say they parked on the side and then they went through the front so they could be seen. Like, oh, look, we're mass intruders. Let's go through the front. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to go through the front door. Unless it was left open or they just wanted to be seen somehow. And they took her out the back. They took her out the back, which is safer than going through the front if you're carrying a body around to the garage without opening the garage. Then what? Because then you open the garage, there's going to be a light on, and then neighbors might see or somebody might see. They already broke the flash, the flood light, whatever it was in the back, so they don't want no light. Yeah, blood drops can be easily planted. The way they had it, yeah. I mean, if you really want to get technical, you could take a syringe or something and just boop, boop. And now it looks like nosebleeds. Which is weird. So even way. So let's say they took her through the front door alive and had blood drops. Then why were they messing with the back door and the door left wide open? Unless you got two people and they go through both the doors at the same time. That's weird. Like, you think this old lady about to put up this much of a fight if they were sitting there watching and they weren't scared about being seen on the Ring camera? Because usually a criminal be like, oh, damn, they see me on the Ring camera. Let me go. They might be on the way. They just got alerted or something. They knew nothing was there. They were just taking their time, lollygagging. Yep. You're right. Could have easily been squirted on the porch. And they give me vibe. Yeah. Or it could be that Annie like, damn, what the hell you get me into? Like, she got the plausible deniability. She could have found out after it was done. The person watches from a distance, watching the FBI doing their investigation, looking through his binoculars, and then decide to watch it on TV. Could be. Third party seems too clean not to be from the inside, and he was so calm. He could have owed somebody. Maybe he owed the wrong casino in Mexico that was owned by some cartel members. And they said, yo, give us our money. How you going to give it to us? Okay, listen. I'm going to get you your money. I know a way to get you that $4 million that I owe, whatever, and we could split it up. You take my mother-in-law, take her to Mexico. She needs this medication. You can get it in Mexico. Everything happens. You release her. Boom. My mother-in-law is free. You got the money, and I'm free to go. Nobody get hurt. We all come together. She saved the TV. Everybody, yay, on the TV. Boom. Done. Is it easy? Now, what he can't count for is the FBI coming in and the president of the United States making a declaration on TV. I will send all the FBI and everything and the full protection and capabilities of law enforcement. You're like, damn, holy shit, what the fuck? And the people in Mexico might be like, what the fuck? Who you had us kidnapped? You said Savannah was just going to pay. Now this is high, like with everything going on, they probably don't think this. What's the chances of this getting picked up? But now it's like a thing, and like it might be only because hey, we need to take some heat off. We got the Epstein files, we got everything. We need, we got ICE happening. We need Americans to take their mind off of this and focus on something else. You go down there and you solve it, and then boom, we here. Roy the Human Billboard. Cool. Should I even approach that? God, it's so hard not to when you see clowns like this. All right, Roy, I'm going to give you a chance, right? Yes, Black Americans only make up 13% of the population. There's more than 350 million Americans. That means that 13% equals 50 million Black Americans, right? Do you know how many inmates there are in prison? There's 2 million inmates in prison. So let's say Black Americans made up 60%, whatever. It's not 57% of inmates anyway. You got that wrong. But let's say they make up 50%. That'd be 1 million inmates that are Black. Out of 50 million, that means there are 49 million non-arrested Black Americans. That's a high number. So you just can't throw out numbers like 13%. 13% of what? 13% of a trillion? That's a lot. And 57%. So sorry, Roy. But anyway, Nancy Hart monitor tells what was happening to her before it gets disconnected from her phone. Yeah, I think so. It sent an update to her doctor every morning. So maybe they still got that. It's all right, Big Trav. Just let them talk. It's stupid. But if y'all want to know, there's 2 million Americans that are in prison. There you go. And keep in mind, one of the deadlines was Monday. The court date and more release on the files. Yep. Pam Bondi making crazy. I want to go live. We're going to talk about Pam Bondi too after this, or in between. She's making a mockery. Like they telling us, like, just look the other way for this pedophile and the people who it's crazy. It's crazy. It's nonsense. Like we can't multitask. Like we can't worry about other issues in America going on and be like, yeah, but we still want this file. We still want these files. And it spans multiple presidencies. It's been happening. Epstein was raping people since before Obama took office. So it's both sides. This is the time for the president to put pressure on Mexico president to see if they could help in any way, to see if she might be in Mexico, dead or alive. Absolutely, Matthew. Bondi got clowned at the hearing. Yeah. She started talking about the Dow and how it's up. Like, oh, the Dow is up. Like, bread and eggs are cheaper. Yeah, let them rape all the girls and boys. Like, gas is cheaper. Yes. Too many Trump haters. It's sad, I guess. Nancy really speaks out against Trump, did he? I think everybody should hate the government, no matter what side, Republicans and Democrats. We arguing whether you're you're a racist Republican, you're a liberal, you don't care about borders. And the Republicans and Democrats going to lunch together. They're on the same yacht. They on the same island, laughing at us. Like, look at them. They laughing. They think we care about them. Look at we got them laughing. They can't. How they gonna watch us? Our constitutional rights is here and put in place by the forefathers so that we could watch the government. And if they become tyrannical, we could go against them. We wouldn't even agree. They get us to kill each other, and then they be kings and shit. Like, what are you talking about? It ain't no. If you think this is a game, that this is like a Star Wars. There's Jedi, and then there's the evil Sith. They make it so that there's no middle ground. They like, no, they evil. If a person is evil, there's no working with them. You're like, well, maybe they're not evil. Maybe we just disagree on some things, but there's a middle ground. No, there's no middle ground. No, they're evil. If you want to work for them, you're an evil person too. You're going to hell. Like, damn. Okay. God, nah, I can't even talk to y'all. Like, no, like you're evil. That's a child thing. That's what you see in Disney movies. There's the good guy and there's a bad guy. What happened to the in between? What happened to? No, I just don't. I disagree. Like it's stupid. There's a middle. This is ridiculous. But that's a whole nother thing. Let's stay here. Why haven't anyone seen or heard from the church member? I think that's weird too. Was she really invited to church online with them? I heard that they would like switch back and forth. She watched a church in New York that Savannah go to. Her daughter Savannah go to this church in New York, and I guess they live stream ever since COVID. And like her little buddies, I guess like a bingo club, but they had like a church club. So every other weekend they would switch like, oh, your house, are you hosting? Well, I guess which is normal. They got retired. They got a lot of money, big houses. Why wouldn't they get together? You know what I mean? A little book club, a knitting club, a church viewing club. But maybe they looked at the member. They just don't want to put her on TV. Like if the only thing she did was call and say, hey, your mom ain't show up, then maybe we don't need to, you know what I mean, scrutinize this lady or whoever it is. Let me see.
They found on the ground are from the food service business. That might be somebody that works in some type of area where you need the thickness of those like thermal gloves. How do you feel about that?
Well, I personally believe that those gloves were easily found in any Home Depot or Lowe's, and they are used for plumbing work and things like that.
Okay.
And that there was a set of gloves underneath that. That's my belief.
That's why you would have the thicker gloves. So
that's what I always thought. Like it looks like this person's hand, like they have multiple layers of clothes on. Like that's what it seemed like. Like this seems like it's so tight. That's why their hand was like this. Like they could barely move and open their hands. And it's like they have on multiple layers of clothes too.
The sheriff hasn't spoken to us in a while. We get updates just by piecing together different reports and clues and trying to do our own sourcing. How do you think this is working with the FBI and sheriff, the coordination, the leadership? How is it viewed inside from your contacts?
Now, that's a great question because this is something that's concerned me from the very beginning. Of course, following this case from the outset, beginning when the sheriff did give his press conferences, the way he gave these press conferences was startling. It was unprofessional. He seemed to be out of his depth, quite honestly. He gave information and he walked back information and he said this, he said that. Clearly under his leadership, the scene was not secured properly. We're now understanding that the FBI wasn't called in until several days later.
Hold on, let me see this. You see they got this, Nancy's home, and then possible exit route. You think they would like figure out the time, like, okay, from Nancy's house to this corner, to this corner, to this corner, it takes this amount of minutes. We know they left the house around this. Then all you got to do is look. There's some cameras over here somewhere in these locations at these major intersections. Like, okay, any car that comes past there, we looking for. Like this person, okay, you come out of the community, they have to go somewhere unless they never came out of the community. Oh, you're going to have to go back, Pisa. Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, today's host. Trump knows something. Maybe, remember he said like there's a major update. We're going to get some, or maybe he just knew about, like, they had the video already. Because we got it days later. They could have been had that video. Maybe he's seen that and everything. Like, oh, we getting closer. Look, we got this. And he like, oh, that's major. Like, it is major, I guess. But it ain't turned out the way they wanted to. Maybe they told him about Carlos and that this. And he like, oh, cool. I'm going to go give him my brief. And then now they made it like a fucking fool. So now the president probably, Kash Patel probably got a call like, you mother, like, it better be a big update. I told these people it was. Not a good mask he chose, though, I guess. We don't know who it is, though, Joe. So the picture of him standing there looking in her window was creepy. Yeah. I was telling my sister I thought this person was wearing a lot of clothes to throw off body size. Bet the shoes were a size bigger also. Yeah, probably. There's a lot to go by there. Someone who knows this guy should recognize him. I think so too. I think so too. It's possible this could have been planned for months. I think so too, Sniper. That dude walking like he'd been holding a weed eater for a few years. One side drooping. Yeah, or maybe he was purposely walking like that. Like let's say yeah, it's her mom. Let's say like it is Tommaso or Anna. Maybe they purposely like want to walk with a limp or something. So somebody said when he bent down, they noticed that he only bent down like with one leg. Like one leg was still straightened, like he maybe had knee surgery or something. I don't think Nancy in the plan. That'd be crazy. Look like a bow-legged, yeah. Knock-kneed, bow-legged. I guess bow-legged is the opposite of knock-kneed, right? Trying to change his fate, yeah, maybe.
He said that the scene itself was compromised. This is bad leadership, and I can tell you this, that I've been on the ground here for like 10 days now, and I've got pretty good sources in the area when it comes down to how this sheriff is viewed. And he is viewed as a vindictive sheriff, that he has, in actuality, gotten rid of some of his most experienced people, including on the homicide team. The homicide team here is they don't get that much experience because I think last year there were only 5 murders as opposed to Tucson, which had like 50. So to be a homicide detective requires a great deal of time and education, but experience. Well, he got rid of his most experienced because he had disciplinary problems or personal problems with them. Same thing with the pilot of the airplane that needed to be up immediately in the search and rescue. He got rid of the pilot and assigned him back to another assignment. He was their pilot. And in all reality, he is not viewed as an effective leader. He's viewed as a vindictive leader. And we're seeing that, I believe, because he hasn't given a press conference since all of the criticism that arose from his other press conferences. And this is bad leadership. The people
and him going to a basketball game
have a right to have some transparency. Yes. Of course, you don't want to give up the leads or anything, but the people have a right to have some confidence in the law enforcement area here.
I keep going back to John Ramsey told me on Sunday, one of his big regrets was now pushing harder to get the FBI more involved early. He just acquiesced and said, do your thing. He says and he really regrets not doing that, and we know the death of his daughter was in his own house. Lastly, if there was a Guthrie getaway vehicle, was it caught on a traffic camera anywhere after you saw the doorway video? What would you be looking for there? Could that be possible?
Major intersections?
Yeah, it is possible, and I think that's why they're looking at every single ounce of video that they can obtain from security cameras in convenience stores to the whatever is out there officially in the government, poll cams and things like that. So they're looking for anything that could possibly be have been utilized as a getaway vehicle, and I fully believe that it is out there. He didn't drag that woman out of there and carry her off to Never Land. There's a vehicle involved.
Right.
And then we got to think, there must have been no cell phones in that area that pinged at that time. So how dumb could these people be if they decided, hey, leave our cell phones or anything that can ping behind? Otherwise, they would have had them. They brought a cell phone. They got them. They triangulate those cell phone towers at that time. Boom. Or bad kidneys. It's all right. We understand it's your second language. We still understand you. Change his gait. Yeah. There's a possibility Nancy is still alive. Nobody found. Therefore, she must be taken care of from a female companion of the perpetrator. I think the males can take care of it too, but maybe. Trump spoke more on Charlie than he did for her. Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. Different scenarios though, but they snuck her in sometimes. She'd need an ID or passport to get in. Maybe, unless they had her in the trunk. Let me see. Let me see if it's what I have up here. We heard this, right?
Let's bring in retired FBI Supervisory Agent James Galliano, live outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. So
They're not saying nothing new. Let me just take a look. Let's look at JR Investigates real quick. JRL Investigates. Just to see. He was there today. It didn't much happen, but you can see the tent. This will be the last thing we look at.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. JLR Investigates. Back here in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. Boots on the ground, continuous coverage. What?
You see how much trees and look, the neighbor house over here, but it's so much trees and debris and vegetation between it.
Happened to 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Folks, we were live streaming. Lots of people in the chat. I believe there was 40,000 people watching on JLR Investigates. The twists and turns of this case. We were navigating through the Catalina foothills. Cell phone went off.
Yeah.
When you go through these hills, sometimes it disconnects. So we had to start back up a feed. But I'm definitely back. We're going to continue the conversation. And we are going to go check out the glove. We're going to go look at the glove. So welcome back, folks. I'm going to plant the camera.
Oh, y'all were confusing me. It's two Jens talking. I was confused. Jen.
We're here right in front of the house again. It's still a media circus out here. But I am back. And then we'll just go in another direction. So let me set things up here. I'm going to share this stream out on different feeds here. If you're new to the channel, welcome back, folks. We are back. We're back. So give me a minute or two, and we'll get underway about what's going on here outside Nancy Guthrie's home.
Let's just skip a few scenes.
I'm still trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure out, was it a true kidnapping, or does this have something to do with Savannah and her career?
Savannah and her career. I've heard that a lot, that theory.
Yeah.
Something connected to Savannah and her career.
Yeah.
I think if it's connected to Savannah and her career, then this is messy. Like, they leave a crime scene and we don't know who did it. Like, why was she gutted in her home alone? Was this a sign? Like, they wrote on the wall, stop. Like, kidnapping her mother? Like, it's hard to leave a message to terrify someone when you don't even leave anything there.
So I would just like to know if, was it a true random, was it random? Because we're getting all this footage of these, people that are apparently in these yards and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes you think, it could have been random, but at the same time, was this planned and coordinated? I don't know. Just waiting. Yeah.
Nice to see you. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Just seeing what's going on out here.
Enjoying the weather.
It's hot. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
But it's hot for my camera. My camera melts.
Oh, everything's
A bit north of here. So we're on our way there, and we will come back, or we'll go wherever things are happening.
Let me see
what's going on.
This is the area. She didn't really leave her mom out there. Her mom been there since Savannah was 2 years old. She been in that house for 50 years. So you can't say she left her there. They're from there.
All right, so I'll start out here up at the top of the intersection. It feels cooler up here than it was down by Nancy's house. We're up higher a little bit. It starts to go higher and higher as you go north.
That's true. My mother say if she gets so old that you got to put her in a home or she can't wipe her own butt, just let her go. That's what she said. She don't want no help, no nothing. She ain't even up there yet.
All right.
Yep.
Here we go. Skyline Drive. Campbell. Very first thing I see.
Traffic cam. Yeah, it's like you got a specific time range between 2 and let's say 2:40, 2:50, just to give it a time, between 2 and 3 o'clock a.m. How many, I mean, this is Tucson, this ain't New York City. How many, it had to be, it's less than, I'm saying it's relative, there's probably less than 300 cars that pass going both ways between that time. Or maybe more, but now you got to just look at all of them. Anyone that's white, anyone that's gray, boom, we touch them first. Anything that looks like a van, whatever. Could be some crazy that has family in the area. Yeah. Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate all y'all. Please hit that thumbs up button so we get more people in here. Maybe somebody knows something. Maybe they'll come in here and be like, I think I know that person's face. Exactly. Poor people in America aren't being kidnapped and held for ransom. You have to know the victim have money or come from it. Yeah. And I don't think the cartel asking for no ransom. If they sending a message, they sending a message. But what do we know?
Dental, though. Fidelity.
A bank.
Camera. Right there, camera. See it?
Yep.
Just a few hours ago, and we're here. Let me go over here first. In front of us, around the bend, so it's around the curve. The glove. Let me see. Screenshot that. It's literally at the spot where the glove was found.
You know what I mean? People probably just throw stuff out this window, out the windows on this. We hope so. I hope that the FBI is holding back some like other footage, and when they get the person, they'll release it, and we'll all be like, "Oh, that's crazy, right?" That's the best. Look, this is the drive. This is how it looked going into Nancy Guthrie's community. It's so isolated.
We'll go back to the scene and see what's happening. Right down here.
Look at this. No, Joe. I heard that she might have had some things done, and that they like anybody. They said anybody who worked around the house or whatever, they like swabbed them and things like that. That they talked to people like the Uber driver who dropped her off at to the son and daughter to the daughter and son-in-law house. They spoke to him. Like, so they have like that she was actually in the Uber. He had like a dash cam thing that like facing inside the car, like some Uber people have. Yep. They haven't said what they've done to him, but yeah, she had some things done, and like they said that they talked to them and swabbed them for certain things. And that's originally how they said, because they were saying Carlos might be an electrician too, and he works and he delivered packages and stuff. So they were like, oh, did Carlos do some electrical work for her? But I don't know. Did she have house cleaners too? I know about the landscapers. I didn't know about the house cleaners.
North Camino, Escalante. We got 3 more hours till it gets dark. See what it brings today. Any other FBI raid or anything.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy, Jen, right? Almost like they just wanted somebody else to be able to, like, vouch that, like, I don't know. It's weird. But I'm thinking maybe Tommaso wasn't home or something, and Anna was taking care of that kids or something, and like, hey, Mom, I'm going to call you this Uber. It's 2 minutes away. Maybe they rich and got money, so they use the Uber like a chauffeur service. Like, maybe they call that Uber Black. I don't know. Very beautiful. Oh, there was an electrician question. Her house is absolutely stunning.
All right, you guys ready?
People bringing flowers.
Neighbor? Would you make the sign?
Yeah, that is very nice. I think you could tape it to the back of the rock so it doesn't.
Are some of the other neighbors?
Or maybe put it on the pole, maybe.
I know that.
No,
Some of you were doing that.
I just,
I think so,
You
yeah.
know, something to go around.
If you tape it to the rock, president asked the neighborhood to show some display of support and encouragement and love for the family as a community, and we're all heartbroken. This is a really special community, and we just don't want to see this whole neighborhood in such drama and our hearts with the Guthrie family right now.
Do you know Nancy? Have you met her before?
I
or
have not.
her family?
No. We just lived in the neighborhood. We walked around the area, and it's all news. Pretty shocking. Can you talk about it? You live in a beautiful area, and it's so tranquil and peaceful, and just I can tell all the neighbors how shocking this is what's happened. Yeah, we don't. It's just such a special community. It's a special place. It's such a beauty of wildlife and vegetation and sky and mountains. And that's why I think the Guthrie family had such a great heart and spirit for this community. And so it's pretty shocking to even have this happen here. What do you want to tell Savannah? She'll see this. This whole community's for you. We embrace you. We're praying for you. We love you. And we just want your mom to come home.
Facts.
Backpack. $100,000 reward. Backpack. Backpack.
Well.
And they posted this guy.
All right, I gotta go. You may not make it. No, I promise.
5'9", 5'10", average built. Hello, sir.
We're trying to lay out a grid, but you know, like I said, if you look at this neighborhood, try to lay out a grid. It's not easy.
Yeah, people been like, I agree. Like that, it seems like the police has been searching random areas. Like, Nancy, your kidnapping goes against HOA. Sorry, that's how we don't want the drama comment came across. That's funny. Very dark. My grandparents lived in Tucson for years after they left Ohio in the 80s. I was there a couple weeks. Gorgeous. Yeah, still gorgeous. I moved from Jersey, and my parents, when I was a teenager, moved from Jersey to Tucson. And I went to high school there. I was like moved from Jersey. I was like, right after freshman year of high school. Then boom, I'm in Tucson. I got to do 3 years in high school. I don't know nobody, whatever. As soon as I got turned 18, I joined the Marine Corps. I'm like, I don't know nobody here. I just left. But it's beautiful. I'm in Phoenix now. Cartels involved. Who's going to say anything? They themselves could get themselves or family in a bad situation. Yeah. This guy has such a huge following. He's just holding his phone up to another. Yeah. JRL, man, is BB out there, boots on the ground. He's going to be out there every day.
That this is just one of the many days officials
K-Gun
come
9.
back out here to the property and work to gather evidence. Now, earlier, we also noticed a video from the Guthrie family and Savannah Guthrie posting to her Instagram account. Did they show co-host
posting a video showing her mother and then the children and saying, quote, "Our love you mom will never give up on her."
Look how dark it got there. Look, hold on.
We just wanted to offer our condolences, and I seen on the news about them bringing the yellow roses, and we just wanted to, our prayers goes out to Nancy, and we just wanted to come and support and show that we're here for her.
I agree.
And we're hoping for her safe return.
Yes, we're praying for her children and her family there, through this time, and we're praying she's returned safely, and we just come out here to support them and show them we're praying for them.
Just praying that she's comes home safely.
Absolutely. And you had mentioned that you had seen the roses being dropped off at the house.
Yes.
We had talked to some of the florists who have been putting together some arrangements, and the color yellow, obviously symbolizing hope. When you guys see those flowers, I mean, how much, from just your guys' perspective, how much of an emotional impact does that have on you to see just the amount of support and also just the color yellow itself?
Because it is. We all love Savannah, her daughter, and we all follow her, and this is her mother, and I can't even imagine how she feels if it was my own. And yellow is the color of hope, and we put the yellow ribbons on the tree because we do hope that she gets returned safely.
Look how dark it got there. They still there. Well, folks, let me see. Hold on. Check out one more, Savannah. No, that's not it. Well, I think that's going to do it for today. For tonight, Cave Dwellers. Thank you for staying up for me. Let me catch these last comments. Then we're going to wait for tomorrow. Hopefully there's another update or some type of damn law enforcement press conference. That's what we need. Giant aloe plant. Somebody made a bad decision. Yup. Watch the interview with Virginia guys. That's a podcast or something? What's Virginia guys? What if the brother is behind it? The military brother? That's a hard one. I mean, he could be, but I don't know. What do you take that the guy was so calm? So there was maybe another guy in the other entrance. I think, Joe, that the guy was calm. They're like, oh, look, he's stumbling around. I think he was just like comfortable. Like he wasn't scared. That's seeing a person scared. And like we expect him to be like uptight and like looking and militant. No, he was like, "Oh, we got this done. Like ain't nobody come in to save her. Like I'm gonna destroy this. I can make as much noise as I want. It's dark as hell. Even if somebody look out the window over here, they can't see nothing." I just think we seen somebody comfortable in their element and they've been there before and they weren't afraid. I'm glad that the neighbors are there being supportive. Yeah. I am going to bed. I'm old, need some sleep. We all going to bed. I'm wondering what's in that backpack. I don't know, some duct tape or something, a tarp. Thank you, Anita. All right, guys, thank you. Please hit the thumbs up button and help spread the live. Everybody can see. We can spread awareness. I can't tell you how many people join here. Like, yo, I seen your stream, but I haven't I haven't heard of this case. Like, what's going on? Like, with all the coverage, we just assume everybody know about it. But some people working 9 to 5 and they ain't got time to worry about it. I got my own problems. They ain't got time to worry about some rich lady and her mother. So that's how they do it. But hey, thank you for all. Get some sleep. Wake up in the morning. Hopefully there's some more information. Peace out, Cave Dwellers.